Test, test. Cole? All right, we're just doing an audio check, Chris. No, I don't want that video up here, just the laptop. All right, we're just testing. Test, test. How's the audio, Chris? Can you hear it? Chris, can you hear it? You can call me on Discord if you need to. Chris, can you hear me? Up the gain on the mic? Okay. I'll do it. I got it. Okay. We're going to do a couple tests. All right, let's try. This is like negative 2.4 decibels. Let's see how this does. I'm going to talk for a sec. I'm going to click something and let me know how the audio is. Test, test. We're going all the way up. That's in the yellow. Okay, that's about as loud as I can go. And then switching.
Hey everybody, can you guys all hear me okay? Maybe I don't even need this thing, I don't know. Okay, is that close enough for you? All right. All right, how's everybody doing? Great. My name is Sterling. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival for 2026. I'm going to kick this off with my little project out there, which is a 3D printed Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. I know that's a mouthful, but if you haven't seen it already, please come by. We'll talk to you about the whole project. Basically, I just want to talk about using this type of media for something that I think is really starting to hit the automotive hobbyist community, which is the 3D printing of not only just parts, but actually full car bodies. And this has really allowed us as car folks to kind of explore, you know, our artistic side and see some of the things that we can do with 3D printing. And this community has been very, very helpful to most of us getting started. So we really appreciate that. The inspiration for this project actually started with my son. We were doing Forza Horizon 3. So this was like 8 years ago. And over Christmas, we would play this game, and we'd always get in the Lamborghini Aventador. It was our favorite. And so we decided, okay, well, my son said, could we build one? And I said, well, we could always buy one, right? We could go to the dealership. We could cough up $700,000, and there we go. We got ourselves a car, right? Yeah, easy, right? No. Okay, so that was not going to happen. Now, I just had finished a project, which was a resto mod of a 69 Mustang, and so I was looking for something new. And so since my wallet was empty, even after that project, that was not going to happen. So we got to build our own. All right, so where do we start? Well, we started with a scale model. Basically, I got a little die-cast model about yay big and a pair of calipers, and then started doing the body design in SolidWorks, which is a CAD program. And also, this was going to be a scratch build. So this is not built on any other vehicle. This was going to be all the way from the ground up, frame, suspension, the whole 9 yards. We wanted to mimic the Aventador as close as possible. And so basically we set off building the frame. We put a LS1 engine from a Corvette in it. Of course, I put a couple of hair dryers on it because I want it to go fast. So that was our starting point. And then for the body, we were like thinking, well, we could do, you know, normal things. We could build a buck for it, you know, out of plywood and maybe bang some metal around it. We could do some clay and some fiberglass. But 3D printing was really getting amazing at that time. It was really kind of the frontier of 3D printing, and especially the machines were getting so much better. And so that's when we decided, hey, let's give that a try. So I bought this little Queedy 3D printer off of Amazon, and that's how we got started. And what we did was we got the design into SolidWorks, of course, and then we chopped it up and sliced it and everything, and we started printing little bitty parts. So basically that means we wanted to go in plastic. Now, plastic is great, but out in the environment, it's not so great sometimes. So that was something that we knew we were going to have to deal with when we got down the road. And so I'll go over some of that. The skills that are needed for a vehicle like this are pretty extensive. You need to know metal fabrication. You can learn that at, you know, your local community college, or, you know, they've got machine shops that will actually train you and teach you how to do welding and metalworking. We had to do the geometry for the suspension because we designed it all on our own. And so basically understanding how suspension works was really important. Sorry, but you need to know math. You got to use a measuring tape and some trigonometry. I know, right? Yeah, it's pretty lame, but So you can get around that by buying some stuff. So, you know, if you got a few bucks in your pocket and you can actually sponge for that, there are companies that make kits. You can even buy an entire frame with a chassis with all of the suspension on it. So you can skip that part if you've got some, money. I didn't. There's a lot of electrical work. Now, again, there's companies that actually make harnesses and things like that for doing resto mods on cars. I did that on my last project. But I wanted this to really embody a supercar, a modern supercar. And so that meant we were going to have to learn some computer stuff. We were going to have to be able to program and actually do all of the little cute things that you can get in a modern car, which is like, the lights dim down when you get out, or they brighten up when you get in, and things flash and whatever. But that meant that we were going to have to be able to use some of these modules to not only control the engine but control the body electronics. Physics is a good thing to have under your belt so that your frame doesn't like twist or break or fall apart. Again, you can solve that problem with money. In this case, this car is pretty low. It rides, you guys have probably seen it out there, and it's slammed on the ground. Well, that's because of pneumatics. So it's actually got an air system on it to raise and lower the car so that when you go over a speed bump, you don't end up on a YouTube video with your bumper going underneath your car or pulling off of the front. You can also use hydraulics. So a lot of the manufacturers these days will use hydraulic systems for doing that. Engineering is a lot of this whole process, which is getting all of these parts together to work together. 3D design, 3D printing, obviously, and you've got to have the ability to fail a lot, okay? So that's part of the process. That's a big part of the process. Also, if you guys want to have questions as I go along, raise your hand and interrupt me. So I'm totally cool with that. So where do we get these skills? Like I said, you can go to school, you can go to the community colleges and things like that. You can go to the different communities. Like the car community is fantastic. People want to help each other, right? It's just like the 3D printing community, where everybody loves to help people with their amazing projects and, basically get to the end goal and help them do that. Mentors. So I'm going to talk about a mentor of mine that actually really helped me kickstart this whole project. And then YouTube University. What can I say, right? Everybody puts out these, this is how you do this is how you do that, and now it's getting even more and more popular. And my videos on my channel suck, but I at least give you the information, okay? So don't go there for entertainment, go there for information. And then actually the industry. So as the industry matures and gets better and better at making these tools for us to use, that is really key on this. And the fact is that the printers that I started with are way worse than the ones I get now. So they've improved immensely. So parts. I like eBay. Does everybody like eBay? I love eBay. That's where we get most of our parts. So you have Saudi princes and really rich people and everything buy these cars, and then they run them into a telephone pole. So that's great for me. Not too great for them, but it means that there's actually an aftermarket. There's a breakers industry for selling parts of these cars, for people who are putting them back together or people who want to do replicas like we do. So there's exotic parts dealers all over the planet selling these parts at pennies on the dollar. You can also get into the point where people on eBay will say, "Ooh, I've got a Lamborghini part. I'm going to sell it. It's worth, $100 when it's actually worth $1,000." So if you are diligent and you keep watching these parts come up for sale, you can get some real bargains. There's also commercial vendors. So there's people who are actually replicating these parts, a lot of them in China. Yes, I know. And some of them are not perfect, and you may have to rework them, but it does give you a step up. And then the most important one for this particular project, and I think the most important one coming up for most of us hobbyists, is the 3D printing and the community built around that. So one of the things we have to do is, what's his problem? So one of the things we have to do is we have to learn about composites, because remember I talked about the plastics not lasting in the environment. So by trade, I'm a scientist. And so like a moron, I decided not to do any experiments on the first go-round. And I printed everything in PLA, because PLA prints great, right? Sure does. Yeah. Yeah, well, what's its glass temperature? 50, 55 centigrade? Yeah, it's not great. So at any rate, what I decided to do was encapsulate these parts originally in carbon fiber. Carbon fiber's strong. Good stuff, right? Yeah, that didn't work out. There's this little thing called the coefficient of thermal expansion in materials. And yeah, the PLA even broke the carbon fiber under lots of thermal cycles. Remember I talked about failing? Yeah, this was a big one. The other thing is that we were doing vacuum infusion. And so learning that was fun too, because the first time I did vacuum infusion, I did it on the bumper of the car. I crushed it because I didn't get rid of all the voids. And so the whole thing under atmospheric pressure just basically crushed into a little ball. So that was another failure learning experience. Anyway, we were able to get around that and actually make some composite panels. And 2 years ago, the car was here with a different body. That different body is now gone because we were having troubles with the materials. So this is the living and learning part of it. And so now we've switched up to a new process. And our new process is after this first iteration of the Aventador, which you saw 2 years ago. And basically that process was, I basically went back to experimentation. I started printing in ASA, which prints really nicely, especially if you have an enclosed printer. And my buddies over at Gloop make a really good adhesive. Now, the first thing that happened is that when Andrew from Gloop came over and said, hey, you should use our ASA glue, I was like, what? I can go to Home Depot and buy, some ABS glue, for drain pipes, right? That'll glue it together. And so he said, no, give this a try. So I went out and I gave it a try, and I did some destructive testing. And actually, the ABS glue always broke on the bond line. And the Gloop stuff actually broke the part. So live and learn. But yeah, that's the point. Do experimentation before you go all the way and print a body like me. So this project, for some reason, in 2018, started getting media attention. I have no idea why, but we actually had a bunch of local media people come in, and Corey Rose was actually the first one to come and do an interview with us. And that's when this whole thing just really took off. So all of a sudden, we are now on CNN. Okay? So we're, family doing a little car project, and all of a sudden we're on CNN. Crap. What's that? Yeah, right? So this led to something that you're probably all thinking of, which is, what's Lamborghini going to think? Everybody's heard horror stories from Ferrari, right? Like, guy wrapped his car in Hello Kitty wrap for his daughter and got sued by Ferrari because they didn't like what he did to his car. So that's just kind of ridiculous. So the media attention was a little bit worrying. But apparently, this got all the way to the people building Aventadors in Sant'Agata, Italy, on the shop floor, and they were talking about it, and then the higher-ups heard. So it was inevitable. And we'll talk a little bit more about that media attention, but some of the best one was I got to personally meet the person who helped me the most on YouTube University, which is Joel Telling, the 3D printing nerd. We've become good friends ever since, and it's really his videos that I used in order to get into 3D printing and doing it properly. And so Joel did a video with us on the whole project, so you can go over to his channel and check that out. It's got a lot of views. Also, he's a big advocate for 3D printing, and some of you probably know that 3D printing is coming under scrutiny for firearm production and things of that nature in California and Washington State. So go see Joel's latest video on that, and speak up, because that really affects this community. And we want to make sure that the legislatures hear about this and how overwhelmingly full of crap this all is.
Related to that topic, is there, besides like the one-offs here and there, is there like a centralized place where we could go to help push that? Because it seems like there's a lot of different people talking a little bit about it.
Yeah, I would go to Joel's video and his description. He has some links down there. His executive producer, David Tobin, actually spoke in front of the California legislature. So there's links in there to be able to voice your opinion. And I encourage you all to do that, because maybe it's coming to Colorado too. We don't know. We just had one that got kicked back, but still, it's a violation of your First, your Second, your Fourth Amendment rights, and even further down the road. So please speak up about this. This is really important. The other one is that we also got, these are all attention that we got from YouTube. So we've had lots of interviews with YouTubers. They've all been absolutely fantastic. I've never come across a dud doing interviews. All just amazing people. So I really appreciate all of the love that they've given us for this project. So Lamborghini reaches out. I get a call from this woman here down in the lower right. She is the chief marketing officer of Automobili Lamborghini in Sant'Agata, Italy. She's a board member of Lamborghini, and I get a direct phone call from her. Now, as a scientist, I have collaborators in Italy, so when the Italian phone number came up, I didn't think anything of it. I thought, it's one of my friends. Nope. She told me that she was the chief marketing officer, and I just turned white at that point. And the first thing I said to her is like, am I in trouble? And her response was, absolutely not. We love the project. We love that you're doing it with your son and your family, and we want to do a project with you. And like, what? Who is this? So, amazing lady. Unfortunately, we lost her a few years ago, so she passed due to some health issues. I really miss talking to her because she's pretty awesome. But we then filmed a Christmas commercial with them. It's their second most popular on their YouTube channel, so go check it out if you haven't already seen it. You might want to bring a box of tissues. It's a little bit of a tearjerker. Especially those of you with sons and daughters. But go watch it. They did a really good job. The production company that they actually used for the video, their next project was a film with Liam Neeson. And when they flew the people out, there were 25 people that came from Italy, and I'll guarantee you they did not fly coach. Right. So you can even go to Lamborghini's website, and if you type in Real Lover, you'll actually see my son's face. It's still on the website. So fantastic company, all right? They just loved it. They embraced it. I made friends with some of the people who actually build these cars in Italy, lucky enough. So if you guys go see the car and you see the dash in there, that was one of the friends I made who called me up one day and said, hey, I'm about to throw this dash into the trash because they forgot to emboss the Lamborghini logo on it. And he goes, do you want it? What? So I couldn't get him my UPS number fast enough, and so that's the dash that's actually in the car. The other fun story was the director of marketing was over for the video shoot, and the director of marketing looked in my car, and since Lamborghini is part of the VAG group, the Audi Volkswagen group, a lot of their parts are from Audi or Volkswagen. And so my steering column was an Audi steering column, which is what you'd actually find in an Aventador. So guess what steering wheel I had? I had an Audi steering wheel, yeah, with the logo and everything. He kind of looked in there and he said, yeah, that's not going to work. What? So anyway, he next time he was in country, he actually brought me a real steering wheel. And so that's the one you see in the car. Out of respect for the company, that will be the only Lamborghini badge on the car. They actually even won some awards in Europe for the video, which was really great for them. And then it continues. So February of the next year, I get a phone call from the director of marketing saying, what are you doing this weekend? I don't know. What am I doing this weekend? Well, you're going to Aspen. Okay. So I actually got to go to Aspen, and they do what they call the Académie Nièvre, which just means winter school. And what they do is they teach you how to drive Lamborghini Huracans around in the snow, around a racetrack. Yeah, right? Yeah, I'm in. So my son and I got to go up there. They would pick us up in a Lamborghini Urus, which is their SUV, so one of my son's favorite cars, so he absolutely loved it. Plus, the North American director of marketing was like a supermodel. So you can see my son there. He was pretty happy. The customers that actually go to these pay about $10,000 a head. And that's for 2 days. But they're wined and dined to the ends of the earth. I got to meet these people, and I thought, well, I'm going to meet a bunch of snotty, rich people. Not so. Actually, all of these folks here, including the race car drivers, were really cool people. They were car people. And so they were all very nice. They loved the story. So we got along really well with all of them. So I learned something that the people who really appreciate these vehicles are actually car people. They just have a lot of money. All right, so let's get back to 3D printing. I'm done with all of the storytelling. I decided to change the body style because I wanted the best of the Lamborghini body styles. And so I started with what they call an SV, which is a Super Veloce. At the time, that was their top-end model. And then the SVJ came out, and I was like, that's so much better. So I basically decided, since I was having issues with the panels, it was printed out of PLA, I was having cracking issues, let's reprint the entire body. And that's what 3D printing really does. And I talked to somebody this morning who was like, well, you could have done it out of clay and stuff like this. And I was like, yeah, but with 3D printing, I only have to design half the car, right? Because I can just mirror the other side. And that's a huge advantage. So over standard techniques for doing, body panels and flares and stuff like that, people usually have to model them on both sides and get them as accurate as they possibly can. With 3D printing, that's a no-brainer. Right? So huge advantage. So let's talk about what's next. Oh, by the way, you see the black one up there? That's a real one. They let me have that for 2 weeks. Nice. Yeah, I fell in love with that car until I heard the price tag. $460,000. And a lot of people said, why didn't they just give it to you? Because I can't afford it. Insurance, maintenance, all of that, yeah. So that wasn't going to work for me, but we really enjoyed this car. We got it around Christmas, and we actually had probably 150 people in this car. Kids, everybody's my best friend now. You stop at the gas station and you're there for 45 minutes, right? But it was really nice to be able to share that vehicle with everybody because they saw it. They were like, wow, I don't see those very much. So we had all these people come over, take pictures with it, get in it, crawl inside of it. The kids absolutely loved it. So that gave me an idea. Why not use this project as a STEAM project? So STEAM is science and technology, engineering, art, and math. Now I put the art in there because I think that's really important because that's what attracts the kids to the car, right? And then you get to talk to them about all the technology that goes into these cars, especially 3D printing. And so we use this as a STEAM project. So any of you educators out there, let me know if you want me to come give a talk. I'm happy to do that. My company lets me do outreach for getting kids interested into engineering and technology and science. So I'm getting to the point where obviously it's still a work in progress. So be somewhat kind when you're out there. I know it kind of looks like a polished turd, but you know, it's still a work in progress. And what we're trying to do is get it ready for paint. So a friend of mine that I'll show you his project here in a minute, he's going to actually paint it for me. Again, this is the community coming together. So I just have to buy the supplies and he's gonna paint it. And he's a really good painter. So I'm gonna tinker with it for fun. You know, we're gonna get it licensed for the street and we'll take it out and get ice cream in it and let other people enjoy the car. So that's why you'll see kids in the car today. It's really important for people to enjoy that car. I want them to crawl around inside of it. I want them to touch it, okay? So I'm not too bent out of shape when people come up and don't ask to see the car or get inside of it. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. But do ask, yeah. That's a really good question. So in the state of Colorado, it is considered a specially constructed vehicle. Specially constructed vehicle needs to go through an emissions test. Usually it's just a 2-speed test, so it's nothing too horrendous. You have to go down to the state trooper's office, and you have to have an inspection done. Now, are they gonna inspect your welds? No. They're gonna go around and say, does it got headlights? Does it got a windshield? Does it got seats and a seat belt? That's what they're looking for. Standard safety items, okay? So if it has all of those things, they're gonna sign off on it. And then once that's done, they will issue you a state VIN, and then that will get attached to the car by a state trooper. Yeah, so you'll get a state VIN. If you've got a car underneath it that already has a VIN that can be registered, even if it's salvaged, you can do that. What's that? I snuck it in. No, I had a trailer. Yeah. Yeah, so this ASA is actually encapsulated in fiberglass. So I ran out of money, so no more carbon fiber other than the pretty parts on the car. So, but I did a lot of experimentation where I would freeze it, put it out in the hot sun, freeze it, put it, you know, do a bunch of thermal cycling on it. The main thing that was the issue is that I would do that and just lay the fiberglass on top of it, and then afterwards I could just peel it off. And again, that was the same problem with the PLAs, is there was no adhesion. Okay, so it basically would start to crack on the edges of the part. What I did was I actually laid the fiberglass into the part with acetone, and that's why ASA was a good choice. So you basically just acetone the first layer in, and that really grabs on to the plastic.
For the street legal part, did you have to comply with any safety regulations like airbags and backup?
No airbags. No, not on a specially constructed vehicle. Yeah, you need seat belts. You need basic safety stuff. You need taillights, blinkers, that kind of stuff. And you know, basically you're restricted to the number of miles you can put on it. It's like 4,500 or something like that. As especially, right? You can't use it as your daily. Yeah. Maybe. Who knows? Per year. Yep, exactly. I use SolidWorks for CAD software. I get it through my work, but there's like Tinkercad, there's Fusion 360, so there's some free stuff that you can get out there to use that. I got the model off of somebody, I just bought the model off of them because it was hyper accurate for, I think they designed it for like a video game. And so the video game models are getting really hyper accurate. They're scanning real cars. And so this one actually fit really well with some of the OEM parts. Sorry. Yeah, so insurance, very good question. I've been pretty lucky because of the media attention on this vehicle to get somebody to insure it. So Haggerty actually insures the car. You just have to negotiate a value, right? And so you just have to lower their risk, right? So if you can show that the car can pass, you know, the inspection and things of that nature, they'll lament. And you know, once you have a state VIN and stuff like that, it's pretty okay to insure the car. But you do have to find the right provider. Back there? No. No. The one thing I want to do when it's totally finished is I want to do the Colorado Mile. I want to see how fast this sucker can go. But I want to do it so that I don't die. So that's going to be done in stages.
Will we see you out at High Plains?
Maybe.
So, if I remember right, Lamborghinis aren't particularly roomy, and you're not short. Did you make any adjustments to the cabin for yourself?
Excellent question. You are correct. Lamborghinis suck on their interiors, except for the Aventador. The Aventador is probably one of the most roomy cabins I've been in a supercar. The Huracan, which is the next level down, that one is pretty tight. So the ones we drove up in Aspen, you know, it was like race car. It was like, this is not comfortable. The Aventador was very comfortable. And that's why you see in that vehicle out there, that's the interior I put in it. I actually had to tear out my entire interior to put that in after I drove that real car. I was like, yeah, I'm going OEM on that because it was just beautiful and it was really comfortable.
Aero forces, how much have you run into where things are cracking because of wind moving over the car?
Not much because I've only gotten 40 miles an hour. So yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be reinforced on that car. Like the wing right now is just basically bolted to the rear deck, which is made out of, you know, plastic and fiberglass. So that will have to be addressed, of course. So that will all have to be tied into the frame at some point. But you know, as far as the car is concerned, it's a faithful replica. So all of that aerodynamics has already been tested with Lamborghini. It doesn't have the active system, which the SVJ has, the active Lamborghini aerodynamics, or the ALA system, and I'm not going to put that on either. So the engine is an LS1 from a Corvette. Why did I pick an LS1? Any car people out there tell me? Yeah, they're cheap, they're easy to work on, and lots of parts and aftermarket for it, so that's why I chose that engine. And you know, if it dies, I spend $1,000, I can pick up another one, right? So no, it's not going to sound like a real Aventador, but you know, it'll sound like a muscle car. I did put 2 hair dryers on it, so give it a little extra oomph. So probably about 600 horsepower at full boost. Yep.
What are
So I was given a K1 Max and a K2, so from Creality. So those are the printers I'm using. They sponsored my channel for a while, and so those are what I've been using. I've got about 4,000 hours on each of them.
You're having print parts small and glue them together?
Yep.
Basically?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the bed size is, 300 millimeters cubed.
Are you allowed to say anything bad about Creality?
Sure. What do you want to know?
I'm having nothing but problems with that damn thing.
You're not alone. They no longer sponsor me, so I can tell you that. Yes, it's been, I didn't start having real problems until I had about 3,000 hours on them. So initially out of the box, they were working great for me. But yeah, now both of my printers are having serious problems that I have to fix.
Whatever happened to your McLaren?
McLaren? What are you talking about? So that's the funny story, because Creality actually sponsored that project, and then they disappeared. And so I was like, well, I need to concentrate on one project, and so I actually traded it to a friend of mine down in Texas, and I traded it for a Porsche. And now that's my daily driver. So I did well on that deal.
So are you using any pre-preg material, or are you just using like resin layup?
Yeah, I just use regular wet layup now. Maybe I do a vacuum on it, so you wait until the epoxy gets sticky. This is all the skinning that I do. So all of that carbon fiber on there, none of that is a wrap. It's all real carbon fiber. And it's just 3D prints that are skinned in carbon fiber. And that works really well, because usually you have a pretty thick layer of epoxy on top of it. And so those hold up under the sun pretty nicely. So those are the parts you'll see out there. But yeah, wet layup, wait until the epoxy gets sticky. You put the carbon fiber on very carefully, throw it in a vacuum bag that you get from Walmart, pull a vacuum on it with the little pumper thing that comes with it. Works great. So I do a bunch of tutorials on my YouTube channel, Lasersterling, if you're interested in watching my boring videos. But you will get the information. That's the important part, right? Any others till I move on? Okay. So let's talk about other YouTubers. I've been in contact with a lot of them who want to get into 3D printing. I tell them about this community. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So so there are a lot of these folks in the that are wanting to get into 3D printing, and this community has been fantastic in helping them out. A lot of my friends who are doing these projects are actually been engaged with professional people who do 3D printing or additive manufacturing, and they're really just helping out. It's absolutely fantastic. The one I want to highlight is my buddy Dario Diaz. He's actually here in Colorado. He's down in Morrison, which is by Bandimere Speedway, which no longer exists. Well, one only hopes, but we used to do a lot of car shows down there with Willie B., who's a radio show host here. But he's using a lot of 3D printing, and what he has done is he bought a monocoque from an Aventador, so a real live center section from an Aventador. And remember eBay? Yeah, that's where he got it. But what he's doing is he's putting a Tesla Plaid drivetrain in it. Yeah, there's some non-EV people out there that I'm sure like, ugh. Don't worry, I've got the ICE engine. He's doing the EV. But it's gonna be a weapon. I mean, that thing is gonna go like stink. So in a race, he's gonna kill me, hands down. But I'll probably beat him on top speed, right? And then the latest is a guy I met who's over in Australia in the Melbourne area, Mike Lake. He's doing a full 3D printed body of a GT3 RS Porsche. And he and I have been talking back and forth on, what problems I had and what problems he may see there in the hot sun in Australia. He's using PETG, which is better, right? About 80 C for the glass temperature. I told him he should probably do ASA, but the problem was is that the printers that he originally not enclosed. And so you need that enclosed environment for ASA not to warp, but most of you already know that. And then there's a guy I met in California. He goes by the moniker the Ninja. He was doing a McLaren 650S. He ran into a problem where he could not find the trunk surround for that car. And so he talked to me and said, hey, could we print one of those? And I said, sure, let's print it. And then he said, could you come out to California and install it with me? And I said, hell yeah, that sounds like fun. So again, you know, it's the community just getting together and doing some fun stuff together, and then also doing a little bit of instruction and showing, you know, what went wrong, what went right. Like TSA lost one of my parts, so we had to hurriedly 3D print one of the parts because they went into my luggage, and hey, why is one of these missing? Thanks a lot, guys. So anyway, and now I did see a media post where there's a guy in Texas that sells full bodies. There's also a guy in Russia that's doing the same thing, selling full 3D printed bodies for these supercars that you can buy. So again, if you have money, if you got money, just go out and buy a real one. Yeah, where's the fun in that? So anyway, you can see the project on YouTube. Lasersterling is my moniker. I also have a Facebook page, but I don't check it that much. I'm not big into Facebook these days. My email's there, so please reach out if you want to. I'll leave this up so you can take a picture of it. But yeah, reach out. If you've got any questions or projects that you think might be fun or whatever, let me know. If you want to come over and see the car, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to host YouTubers who want to come over and do an interview or check out the car. This is really cool, this Countach poster, which those of you who are supercar fans might have had in your bedroom when you were kids, right? I had one myself. This is a one of one. And Lamborghini actually had us sign this. All the entire family signed this, and it's in their museum in Italy. So, and they actually it's not one of one. I have a copy. But the original is in Italy. One of two. That's right. I lied. Anyway, willing to answer questions? Yeah?
What are some of the secrets to printing ASA in a K2 Plus with that to prevent warping? Build plate, internal temperature, et cetera. How did you do that?
So I always use a raft. I found that's the best for making sure that the part doesn't completely warp starting out. And then the temperature inside is around 40 C. That's usually when I get the best. Also, trying not to stuff the build plate with too many things. Usually when I put too many things on the build plate, I get warpage.
What kind of build plate are you using? Have you had the most?
It's the standard Creality build plate that comes with it, and a little bit of Stickum.
So you're
Yeah.
using a liquid to help.
Actually, I'm just using glue stick.
Okay.
Yeah, and then after about 10 prints or so, I clean it all off, and then put down a new layer.
Any particular brand of ASA that you had the best luck with?
No, I've had pretty good luck. I did get there was some Amazon brand, I forget what it was called, but it was a little more brittle than the other stuff I was using. I think the stuff I use is from Elegoo. So, yeah, Creality supplied some ASA that worked great. So yeah, I mean, if it's a main brand, I think the ASA will work really well. Yeah.
So if you glass over the mold, how specifically do you attach the panels to the chassis?
That's a very good question. That's one of the hard parts. So you've got to make tabs and things like that that you can actually bolt to. What I usually do is I cut something out of aluminum, bend it to the right shape, and then I'll panel bond it to the back of the panel. I may do a mechanical attachment, so put screws in through from the front surface before I go over it with the fiberglass. And that kind of encapsulates the mechanical fasteners in there. So if you're a little dubious on the panel bond, that's a good way to put tabs on there. You can do it when you do the model too, right? I'm just lazy. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Please stop by the vehicle and we can talk more. Again, reach out if you have any other questions, but I appreciate you all guys coming. Hope you guys have a really good show. So thank you.
Hi. Hello. So, welcome to this presentation. I'm Martin from Bondtech.
I'm Olof.
So, amazing to see so many people here. So what I'm going to talk about now is a little bit of the journey that Bondtech has made from the start, more or less, and where we ended up now. So, the presentation is not running now, or should I just klicka eller? Fan funkar det?
Can we get the presentation on the screen? It's working on it.
Doesn't like distances.
There we are. Okay. So, a bit behind my background, I'm a mechanical engineer working with everything from injection molding, mold design, laser cutting, sheet metal, robotics, yeah, a lot of different things. But CAD has been one of the big driver, 3D CAD in my life, more or less to say. So when developing other products, I of course get in touch with the 3D printing, and it was amazing to see what I can go from CAD directly to a physical model. So that was really sparking my interest in why I started with this. So of course I built a printer and had a lot of issues. So this is really one of the first dual drives that I have designed back in 2013, 2012. And I really had a lot of issues trying to find a stable feeding solution, because that was creating a lot of issues for me. So I designed these dual drives, and it really worked as magic. It really get away that problem. So therefore I understood, okay, I had the problem. It seems like many other people had the same problem. So I decided, okay, this seems to work really good and it solves an issue. So I tried to build a company around that. So that was the start back in 2013. Since then, this was some of the CAD designs, really early CAD designs, and printed prototypes. The one that is on the further right, that is actually alive still. You can still purchase it. It is a V2, we call it. People still buy it. It's a really good, strong feeder. So this was my prototype printer that I built, that I had a lot of feeding issues on. So that was really the start of Bondtech, why I needed to solve these feeding issues. So from this, I was at Midwest RepRap in 2015. That was the first time visiting US here. It was quite small then, but it was really quite a big interest for the products. So here is the first production site. It's my own garage in the house, and my two oldest boys are also active in this. So this was really, yeah, you can see December, January 2015. So that was really the start. So, but we were, yeah, producing in-house. Also, my wife is there in February, packing orders. This was the first outside location outside my house where we started to build the production. Here was an exhibition in Sweden we were. That's my other son on the photo. So this is when we got the first CNC machine.
So that's like the first BMG prototype?
Yeah, FDM printed BMG. So here was the first factory, more or less to say. At this time we also delivered the first orders to Prusa, where they started to use our dry gears in their multi-material solution. So in the year after, we moved into another facility that was larger, more space for us, so it was really empty to start with. But yeah, a lot of construction work going on there, building offices and everything. And the production growed as well. Some shows in UK, I think it was. Here is the first CNC lathe installed in 2018. Now we were starting to produce nozzles as well, and then it was a second machine. And now we were also starting the build of the new factory. It was in September 2023. It was built during the winter.
Yeah, so that was a bit larger than the old factory.
Yeah, it was 4 times as large.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now we're looking at doubling that size.
Maybe. Yeah, and here was the big move when we moved from the old facility to the new place. Moving heavy equipment. So this is the new facade of the new factory. And for INDX, I guess there are some questions about INDX as well. So we will do a Q&A.
We're going to use the rest of our time here to do Ask Me Anything about INDX, Bondtech, anything like that. So if you got a question, just raise your hand. Yeah, that guy over there. Shut up. We're going to open up for pre-order soon, hopefully during May. We're going to announce the dates within a week, hopefully. Yeah?
Did it wind up being a larger project than you thought it would be when you announced it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not only because we wanted to make it better and iterate on the design, but also because we got involved with Prusa, and they also wanted that. So yeah, a bit larger than we expected, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So I guess for anyone who doesn't know what INDX is, it's a tool changer, not a tool head changer. But we only change the bare minimum that we have to change. That means the filament path, heat sink, heat break, and nozzle. And the nozzle, we heat that inductively. So it's a ferromagnetic steel in the nozzle. This allows for very fast heat up times, very fast cool down times, which means that the polymer doesn't have a lot of time to degrade in the nozzle while hot when we park it. We also have something that we call dynamic dual drive, which basically means that we have an attack angle of the drive gear from the pivot point of the fixing of it. Which means that when it runs into more resistance, the gears dig in harder against the filament. So we can go from your rigid nylon filament, carbon fiber filled, and just swap over to TPU without changing any tension settings or anything like that.
The drive stays on the head. You just change
Yeah, so everything. Yeah, everything besides the filament path, heatsink, heat break, and hot end, nozzle stays on the tool head. So your stepper motor, your heating coil, your electronics.
Yeah, the tool is completely passive.
How many colors can you support?
I think there is a limitation today in Prusa slicer that is 32. Yeah, but that is software, so it's easily scalable. What you need is the physical space for it.
Yeah, to be able to fit the number of tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does INDX compare to Bamboo Labs AMS?
So INDX in comparison to Bamboo Labs AMS or other similar systems for that matter, we have a lot faster changeovers, since we don't have to purge anything or retract the filament or anything like that. I think those types of systems can maybe do like 30, 40 seconds at best, while we are at 17 seconds at worst. But we have done changes, including priming the nozzle in like 8, 9 seconds. Yeah, yeah, over there.
You said you're going to be working with Prusa. How are they? What are they going to be doing with your tech?
Yeah, so we're working with Prusa on this as a partner, and we have a special edition of the toolhead for their system. And what's different about that is basically the toolhead board and driving electronics. So it's going to be the same drive gear, same toolhead when it comes to not electronics.
Yeah, same tools.
Yeah, exact same tools and everything.
Very good.
Yeah, back there, yeah.
What kind of nozzle materials and diameters are we looking at?
So nozzle materials, we have to do ferromagnetic steel because the induction needs that to work. We are looking at like partnering with different manufacturers for different like tips and maybe surface treatments and stuff like that. We do have hardened nozzles as a standard right now, and you're going to be able to print your carbon filaments just fine with those.
And software. I mean, so this is going to be specifically tied to a printer. Okay, you have add-ons to any printer.
You can add this to a lot of different printers. We provide reference geometry on our GitHub right now. It's primarily going to be for Clipper Calico-based systems or RepRap firmware right now. Yeah, back there. Flow rate is, I mean, it's not really a blanket number you can get. It's going to be different depending on exactly what filament you're using, what temperature, etc. But if we're going to give a blanket number, it would be 40 millimeters cubed. That being said, we have done up to 75 millimeters cubed with a 0.4 nozzle. Yeah.
Are there any plans to offer tailored solutions for the common, like a boron or something like that?
Yeah, so we know a lot of people want tailored solutions for the printers that they have, obviously. Since we're looking at so many different printers that it can go on, that people want it on, we're doing something different now. In the past, we have always sold upgrade kits and maintained them ourselves. Now we're putting it in the hands of the printer designers instead, or the community for that matter. So we have like Steve from Voron Design, who does the printer design right now. He's doing that integration for Trident, at least maybe 2.4 as well. We have the RatRig team working with the integration design on their end. Yeah. Yeah.
With the dynamic filament tension, is that a mechanical or like software based?
Yeah, so the dynamic dual drive, it's all mechanical. It's got to do with the angle of attack of the pivot point for the drive gear assembly, basically. Yeah, back there.
Are there any other companies you want to work with besides Prusa?
We have chosen to only work with Prusa for now. And I mean, that's in regards to a customized solution for their machine. Anyone is, of course, welcome to reach out to us for the developer kit version to integrate that as it is. Yep.
Are there plans to open up the INDX system to the community in the future?
We're not going to open it up as in open source, but we are going to open up as much as we can where it's relevant, because it's not an easy system to assemble or do modifications to or anything like that. So we'd prefer to keep it like, for now we have the front covers, for instance, that's open reference geometry, so you can do like your own customized look of it all. Yeah. Yeah.
When you switch between nozzles, do you have to calibrate like, the alignment between them, or is that consistent enough that's not needed?
Yeah, so we're not sure yet. That's the short answer. You're probably gonna have to be able to calibrate in XYZ, but we have a load cell in the toolhead, and we're working on very like simple macros that makes it really easy to do that calibration. That being said, we're also working on a machine to straighten nozzles to get that offset variation as small as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned the load cell. Will that be accessible for use with sensing?
We're not sure about that yet, if it's granular enough for it, for automatic pressure advanced calibration. But if we get it running smoothly enough for that, then for sure. I mean, all the data is there. We're using a load cell integration in Calico done by a guy named Gareth. And so it's very exposed. Yeah? Anyone else? Yes. We haven't announced final pricing yet, but I think that the prices for the Founders Edition should be, maybe we're not going to be able to keep that price, but it should be very close.
Yeah.
So about 350,
For the tool
350 up to 400 maybe for the tool
head.
head,
Yeah.
and 35 to 40 for the tool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So using the Prusa Core 1 toolhead board on a different system, depending on your aptitude for developing like Modbus integration in Clipper, you're gonna be able to do that, yeah. Yeah, anyone else?
The biggest, I don't know. There have been so many.
I mean, the whole like pickup sequence, like opening the extruder and how to trigger that opening, has a lot of development has gone into that. Initially, we started developing this as kind of a quick swap manual, quick nozzle change system, but then we pretty soon figured out that, oh, maybe we should make it an automatic tool changer.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So the limitations primarily will be chamber temperature and nozzle temperature. Right now we're at 60 degrees Celsius for the chamber and 300 for the nozzle. Getting higher isn't trivial because we're using infrared to measure the temperature of the nozzle, and that sensor itself can't get too hot. So managing those thermals are pretty much what's setting the limit. Yeah. Prusa are going to be selling it, yeah, very soon. So the upgrade kits for the Prusa machines are going to be sold by Prusa.
Here we can see some production photos. So this is the nozzle tips that are being machined, ready for cleaning.
Yeah. So right now we have CAN FD, which is only supported by RepRap firmware right now. We're working on because we don't really need to change hardware to support the CAN bus version that Clipper uses. We do need to find room for that in the bootloader. We're working on that, but right now there's a split, like USB for Clipper Calico and CAN bus for RepRap firmware. Yep.
Yeah, some production photos. Here is our CNC department. We have 6 Swiss lathes now running as much as possible, producing parts. We also have some CNCs, vertical CNCs that were used to machine some parts of the product. Try to do as much as possible in-house. There will be injection molded components in this as well. We will not inject those in-house. It will be done at the supplier. So I think everything is coming together nicely, but for sure has been a challenge.
Yeah, I don't know how many parts are in the toolhead.
I think we are over 100 parts, individual components in the tool head.
Yeah. So it's not simple.
No.
Okay, do we have any more questions? Where are we at in time? We're only gone for 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
The physical dimensions are, I think it's 52 millimeters wide,
Yeah, I think so.
and the height is about that.
No,
no.
it's higher. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have one in our table here at the show, so you can please come by and grab it and feel it. And we also have the tools, so you can feel it.
And it's also on our GitHub, so you can measure it out there. Yep.
How does the hot end volume change compared to others? Is it larger or smaller?
So the volume of the nozzle, internally it's pretty much the same, right? But we have the CHT, which allows for a bit more surface contact. As for the length of the melt zone, that's
Fairly standard.
yeah, like 28 millimeters. It's longer than your V6, but yeah.
Do you know the volume in microliters?
No, no, I don't. Sorry. You had a question?
Is there anything you're excited that you're hoping the community does with this?
Yeah, I mean, just seeing how they customize things, smart macros they can come up with, and of course the prints. It's going to be exciting to see a bunch of new like multi-material, multicolor models hit them.
Material combinations and integrating flexible and stiff material in the same print in a smart ways that opens up for a lot of new possibilities, I think. Yeah, combining materials.
For sure. So the power requirement is about 50 to 60 watts. So you're most likely not going to have to change your power supply unit as long as it's 24 volts. I mean, you could run it on 12 volts, but you get like a quarter of the heating power. So probably want to run it at 24. Yeah, okay. Do we have any more questions or? Yeah.
You mentioned that compared to traditional tool changers, that there may be some changer temperature limitations and things like that. What do you see as the advantages of your system compared to the traditional tool changers? I see certainly a number of tools in a certain space, but could you expand on some of that?
I would say that the main advantage of this system is that it scales very good, since we also have we can place the tools at about 34 millimeters center to center distance, so you can fit a lot of tools. Like for instance on the Core 1, where you have about 255 millimeters of X travel, you can fit 8 tools. That's gonna of course be impacted on depending on what part cooling solution you choose, because the part cooling adds a bit of width to the tool head, and so you can't fit as many tools. But like worst case, it's about 40 millimeters center to center distance, so it's not too bad. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the most amount of nozzles you've been able to
We've only used 10 at most, I think. 9 or 10. But I'd love to see it on like an Orange Storm Giga. Yeah.
So with the inductive heating, the tool heads heat up and cool out quickly. Have you done the experimentation with heating and cooling the tool head sort of mid-print travel?
Yeah, so that's a good question. We haven't really done like temperature modulation during extrusion, but we are aware of it being like maybe a big pro of this system. So we're gonna experiment with nozzles with shorter melt zones, so we can modulate like foaming TPU PLA a lot faster. Yeah. Yep. So right now the 2-part cooling solutions we offer are basically shrouds that we mount on the sides of the tool head. Either it's 40-10 dual fans, blower fans, or CPAP ducts, so you can force a lot of air through it. on some printers, you may also be able to use a part cooling solution similar to Prusa, where you go from the back of the X-beam. That lets you keep the center-to-center distance of the tools very minimal.
Yeah, and we share the geometry of the outside so people can design their own system.
Yeah, and I mean, you could integrate your part cooling into the front covers to maximize, like minimize the amount of space it takes. Yeah. I don't think it would be any different because the induction is, it only goes like 0.5 millimeter deep in the metal, so they wouldn't be affected by the induction, I think. We haven't tested it though, but it shouldn't be affected by it. Yeah. We have Soft Fever on the beta testing team, and he's the guy who's developing Orca Slicer. So we're looking into it. Any more questions? Anything? Yeah.
I know you still have to purge a little bit to keep things well. Can you compare how much filament is used in the purging versus some other systems? Is it less, a little bit?
Yeah, I think we have a photo somewhere of where we used a very popular mainstream printer compared to the Index, and I mean it's night and day. It's I don't have any numbers for you, but we prime anywhere from 5 to 15 millimeters of filament, so it's very little.
For that specific print, I think I remember the right figures, but I think the part weight was 33 grams. It's a 2-color print. It took 12.5 hours on that machine, and it took and the waste of with that print, I think it was 140 grams. When we tried it with Index, the waste was 7 grams, and the time was 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's a huge difference both in time but also in waste.
Yeah.
And I have the photo. We can share it. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there any specific material that's been the hardest to get?
No. I mean, we're very comfortable with extrusion and different filaments, so I wouldn't say so. Of course, TPU is going to be tricky. You can't really do like combined TPU PLA in a wipe tower, so you have to do some kind of off-bed priming for that. But if you have a look on the Prusa Core 1 system, they have solved that beautifully, I think. Yeah. And that's pretty much everything from us, I guess.
I think so, yeah.
Unless someone has a question, yeah?
It's had a good question. I'm pretty new to 3D printing, and in my short time, I've seen single nozzle, single color to AMS line to now, all kinds of new technology, even with the laser resin type deal. I'm one of those guys that bought the laser disc instead of DVD. Some people said go that route.
Nice.
So I'm always cautious before I go out and buy the next machine, right? I'm wondering in 5 years, where do you see things going?
That's impossible to answer. I mean, so much can happen in just 1 year in FDM 3D printing. So I guess maybe like non-planar stuff, hopefully it's going to be a bit more accessible.
I think that is one thing that we will see in the future, non-planar, making more effective prints.
Yeah, and just like have you guys seen the, what's it called? The one that mixes the colors at different layers? Full spectrum, yeah. I mean, that came out of the blue pretty much, so who knows what's next. Yeah.
Since induction heating isn't commonly used, I think there's only like one other nozzle that uses that. What were some of the difficulties in, especially getting that shape that you guys have?
It was super simple. We had a really smart guy presenting us with the idea, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but again, getting one of the challenges there was getting the electronics really compact to be able to fit the induction drive circuit.
Yeah.
So that was quite complex, but we, as Olof said, we are really smart guys in the teams that have solved that. So
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we'll have people buying this for a long time. If the day comes when it's not interesting for us to produce it anymore, maybe we can open it up and someone else can produce it. So we don't want to leave anyone hanging, of course. Yeah.
I know this is taking a lot of your bandwidth right now. When this is put to bed, what do you think you'd like to take on next?
I mean, the next one is probably going to be the industrial version, where you can do a bit higher nozzle temp and a lot higher chamber temperatures. We're also looking at maybe doing a standalone dynamic dual drive extruder to surpass the LGX, pretty much. Question down there? Yeah?
Is there any options for things other than FDM, so tools that are, for example, a cutter?
Yeah, I think a cutter is a maybe, because we can't really push that hard with the tool. But definitely we're going to offer like the coupling. For now we use a Maxwell coupling. So we're going to offer like blank heat sinks, so you can customize do your own tools basically, if you want to do a pen or a laser or
ironing
or a oxyacetylene torch or something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you tried peak printing?
We can't really get up to those nozzle we can get up to red hot pretty much, but it's not. We can't really read those temperatures, so no, we haven't. Yeah, anyone? Okay.
Specific to the Prusa implementations, the Core 1L and the Core 1 Plus have that chamber vent, the automated opening and closing the vent at the top. Are you able to preserve that functionality?
No, we unfortunately can't add. Maybe someone can figure it out, but we haven't really figured it out because the vent is so much higher now. So you're gonna need a big rod up there to actuate that. But there's some good like community designs out there to utilize like a servo. So I would probably look at one of those solutions. Yeah.
So you said, you sort of implied that the limitation on your nozzle temperature is the infrared measurement system. That's why you can't go higher than the 300.
So we have pretty much two limits. The first limit is the heating of the temperature of the IR sensor itself. And we're heating that at 60 degrees chamber, about 300 on nozzle. The next limit is going to be about 350 because that's where it stops reading temperature reliably. So, but we're hoping to at least get up to 350 for the industrial version for your PPS, PPA type filaments.
Okay.
Then we say thank you for this.
Yes. Thank you.
We're in a booth down by the other hall by Prusa. So if you have any further questions, feel free to come on over. We have some printers there doing tool changing as well.
And also some loose tool heads and tools that you can
check out and feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we good to get started? Okay.
Hi, everyone. How are you guys doing today? You guys enjoying the festival? Yeah? All right, so show of hands, how many people have heard of Hueforge? Well, that's a lot of people.
Good they
Okay,
came to the
good.
right place.
It's popular. So, how many of you have used Hueforge? Okay. How many of you have been confused by Hueforge? Sounds about right. So my name is Danny. I do tutorials on Hueforge over on YouTube. I primarily do beginner tutorials to help all of you guys out in learning the software. This is Steve. Steve is a solo developer of Hueforge. Can I get a round of applause for him? So I'm going to translate for him, for the beginners here. We have a lot of new things that have come out recently. This time last year, we came out with a new mode in color match. That was a more accurate way for you to recreate your 2D images and turn them into 3D prints. We were now able to just match your image. That's why it's called color match. So match the colors between your image and the print. So now we have more modes that have come out that make it a little bit more complicated. We've also come out with more plugins that do not necessarily fit the theme of Hueforge, which is you can print it on any 3D printer that supports pauses. Now we have some plugins that require an AMS or an MMU or a tool changer. They're a little bit more complicated, but you get more capability and more accuracy. So yeah, so we're gonna go over what Hueforge is at its base level for the people that may not know what Hueforge is and what it does, and then we will go into what has come out recently in the last, 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, the work of the last couple months, but yeah, last 2 weeks have been the release.
Yeah. So Hueforge is a software that is developed to literally turn a 2D image into a 3D mesh. And then you're able to add your own filaments and blend colors together, similar to painting. We call it filament painting because I want you to think if you have a very opaque blue filament and then you stack a very transparent red filament on top of that, it's going to look purple when you print it. So that's where filament painting comes from. So we are literally just bringing in our images, and in our standard mode, in our most basic mode, Hueforge will look at your image and it will look at it with the darkest parts in mind and the brightest parts, and it creates the mesh from the darkest to the lightest areas. But it's doing all of the work for you. So in color match, which is the new mode that we came out with, that's a more manual mode. It's a more expert style mode. It's not something that we typically recommend people to dive straight into because you need to know how filaments will blend, how your filaments at home will blend. And you need to understand the process of filament painting in general. But you are able to physically tell Hueforge where colors are in the image and then stack those accordingly. And you can get really complicated and really, really accurate results with your filament at home. So it's a very cool mode. Is there anything else that?
I would say if you haven't come by the booth, we have tons of examples of all the modes. And then also, I just released on the website right before this release an About Hueforge button that goes into more basic detail about what Hueforge does and covers the 4 major usage modes. Combo, which is standard, color pop, color aware, and color match, which gives you a little bit more of a good description of how they work and how they look at the image. So I am trying to put out more documentation and help for beginners. I actually also have documentation coming out very soon for how to make your first Hueforge and how to print your first Hueforge. Common things that catch people right away at the beginning when they first start.
Sweet. So are there any questions so far? Any questions? No? No questions? Sweet, I'm doing my job well.
You're doing your job, translator.
Wow.
All right,
Okay.
and I'm doing my job sitting down because it's a long show. Okay, so let's start with what's new. And now it's not working. I literally tested it and it was fine, and now it doesn't work. It goes, right? Hold on. I guess I'm standing up. Maybe it just didn't. Oh, there you go. Now it's working. Okay, now maybe I'm too far away. Okay, so Spot Fix is the first real new thing in Hueforge that isn't a plugin. A lot of times when you're color matching and sometimes when you're color popping, you'll end up with an area that is often black or white that is much lower or higher than the area around it. And that's because when you have 2 black areas or very dark areas, they'll they'll get confused which layer to be on. It's hard to tell whether it's slightly red or if it's just black. Hueforge struggles with that. So you can get these areas that refuse to go where they belong. Oftentimes also like highlights, you have a highlight on something shiny and you have a bunch of highlights on different colors that are shiny and you'll have one spike in the middle poking up way high that you don't want it to be there. So spot fix helps to solve this issue. I think the issue is it just can't see my pointer. It's IR. Come on. There we go. I call, being a little humorous, these around the eyes here are what I call kind of the pit of despair because you get the sides of the layers around them from the previous lower layers, and you're like, these are supposed to be, I just want them up here with the rest of my red, and they're not there. And so the question is how to get rid of them. And spot fix is one way to do it. I think I just need to be over here. There you go. Or maybe it's just slow. No, that went back. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. So it's its own mode. It was too confusing when I tried to like make it just a workflow you could always use. It was too confusing. So there's a button at the top left of the preview window now that says spot fix, and I'll show you in a moment. You turn it on, and then you're in spot fix mode. And that means that it has its own undo history and things like that, so you don't have to worry about polluting the rest of your undo history with spot fixes, or if you go back and undo, you accidentally undo a spot fix. You can't undo it if you're not in spot fix mode. And when you choose spot fix, then all of a sudden when you're moving over the preview pane, you start getting region highlights that show you what is currently selected under the cursor. And you can increase how many layers are selected by the W and S keys. W increases the number of layers above the current layer. So you're pointing at a layer. When you're pointing in the preview, you're pointing at a layer, a height, and increasing the W value says, also give me the next layer up and the layer up above that. Because oftentimes these are pits, but they might have a few colors or a few layers in there. So you can go up, and then S goes down in the layer to 0, and then you can also hold Shift, and that'll let you go up and down for the layers below. So more layers below or more layers or fewer layers below. It's pretty easy when you do it. And then you click. And when you click, it makes a spot fix group, and that'll highlight in blue. And if you're like, crap, I didn't get everything I wanted, I missed a little bit, you can control click in another area and add that to your loop. But the most, in the current version, and this is something that I changed, there's a 0.1 fix came out. One of the things I changed is that regions are exclusive. I was having some people who didn't realize that two regions were overlapping the same area, and then you were getting holes through your print rather than adjustments. So now they're exclusive. They can't, if it's been selected, it can't be selected again. It will, and then delete or backspace will remove the current area that you've currently highlighted. So if you want to get rid of one, you can hit delete or backspace. It'll remove it from the list and stop spot fixing. They're pretty good around resizing, but they aren't perfect. If you go real small, or big doesn't matter as much. If you go real small, they can start jumping areas, and you may have to remake them if you decide to shrink a lot from where you first did them. But they are pretty good. Like if you're saying, oh, it was 200 and I want to go to 240, they're going to be just the same. Because it literally just reselects that area again with the same settings. Let me see if it's just slow. There. Okay. So here's an example of a spot being selected. Those have been selected with the tool. This loop here is these here. Well, this spot fix line here that's highlighted is these blue highlights here. So I picked those and they're highlighted. And then what you do is you just either hit the plus button on your keyboard, or you start hitting plus or minus depending on which way you want to go. In this case, they're down here. You can't really see it, but they're way down at the bottom, and I need to bring them up here. So I'm going to hit plus a bunch of times to bring them up to there. I had a button where you could say, like, you know, just click on the layer and have it go there, and it caused me all kinds of problems I haven't debugged yet, so I said, let's get this out, and we'll fix that later. But here, I'm going to change 25 layers up to the black at layer 36. Now, I chose to go to this black, or the black right here, rather than the lower ones, just to make sure it's saturated, because you know, this white can bleed up a little bit, so to make sure it's super black. And then when we do that, then there's no more pits, which is really nice. And it's saved in your project, and it will continue from your project. Your project will have those pits. Let's see. Okay, and you can. Okay, so then we could grab more areas of this image. Like if you could have grabbed the areas down here as well. But you're going to be limited by the top layer, so the highest layer. So if you try to keep moving them all up, and one of them is significantly higher, it's going to stop you from continuing. It doesn't flatten them out. It's just going to stop you from moving them. You can choose to flatten them first and then move them, to flatten to the bottom and then move them up. That would be a solution for that. But in general, getting like a couple of small areas in an area and just doing a few spot fixes is a better way to go than try to grab everything at once. Okay, now spot fix is meant for relatively small spots. It's not really meant to fix this whole thing here. You could do it. If you were very, very determined, you could do it this way. You could also go the other way. This one here, the red, you'd want to lower it down into the gray, blue to be a little bit better. This is from the tolerance of color pop. Anyone familiar with color pop mode? Just a couple? Okay. In color pop, it separates the image to grayscale and color. But this is one of the modes where when you have a tolerance slider that says this much is grayscale and this much is color, and getting that line so that the blacks are in the right place is very, very hard. And also so because this is a blue. Anyway, it's picking that wrong, this picking these wrong from our perspective. From its perspective, it's saying, I did it right. I did what you told me to do. So this is a lot. And you could do it, but it would take a while and be fiddly. So that's part of the reason why I introduced Color Drop, which is a plugin. It's a new plugin that's out. Let me come over here. So the Color Drop plugin, which is a paid plugin, $15 one time. It'll go to $20 when it's been after a couple months. It lets you say, look, I used this black twice. I used the same black at 36 and at 25. Why do I need to stack them all the way up on top of each other? Well, why? Because Hueforge is layer by layer. As he said, it's always, every printer can do it. And the plugins are one way where we can get around it if you have the capability to print multiple swaps per layer. So what it says is, why stack this all up here? Why not bring all the reds down and stack them on top of the black at the bottom? And so now I have two paths. It splits the model, and I have two paths stacked together all into one model file. Well, multiple STL files that you load together as an assembly. And then it prints right on top of the bottom black. So now all the blacks are unified. They're all on the same layer. It's all that same black at the bottom. The print is shorter. There's no edges and ridges. It takes less time to print because it turns out that even if I'm swapping more often, layers take way longer than print swaps. Unless you get really high numbers of print swaps, layers are more expensive. It's going to take tens of minutes, if not 30 minutes to print a layer. It's going to take a minute, even on an AMS, to swap. So that was not actually something I intended when I did this. I thought it was going to take longer, but it actually takes less time and less filament because it's thinner. So here's a demo of how it works. So we have our layers here and our layers down here, and we basically take this section, we cut a hole in the mesh below it that's the same shape as this black layer, and we get rid of that black layer and we drop the filaments that were above it onto the base layer. So geometrically, we basically chop the top off, cut a hole, and drop everything down. And you don't have to assemble this afterwards. You bring all the STLs together into your slicer, you color them by object, and you just print them all at once. And they're all together. Maybe you could reassemble them afterwards if you don't have a multi-material unit, but I wouldn't probably try. I don't think it would look quite the same. But please feel free to experiment. Prove me wrong. So the Color Drop plugin, this is the window. It's the drop window. This is showing how they're stacked. It's hard to see here, but this is a black layer here, and it's showing how it's been stacked. It will automatically try to do it. And if we're doing it with white and black, it's generally pretty good. You can get it wrong. Then you can reset it, and then it'll stack it all back up. And then right now, the way the UI is, I need to go from top to bottom. Grab the first black you want to nest and nest it. Grab the second black you want to nest, or whatever color. It doesn't have to be black, it just often is. Don't try to do the bottom one over. You'll find you can't move anything from this top column. I'm gonna work on that, but it's not too bad, and it normally does the auto pretty well. You'll notice this looks a little better than, if you've ever used Hueforge. Does anyone here use Hueforge? Okay, got a couple. Hueforge doesn't blend your filaments in here. It's just slicer view. They're all solid colors. This one does. It's a new style of plugin that can do the blending. And so you get a fully blended final view. This is what the preview window in Hueforge would show if it were stacked like this. It all happens very quickly, and then you save out your projects, and it tells you down here the overall height was 2.2 millimeters. Now it's 1.36 millimeters, and we cut 0.84 millimeters off. And if you don't think at 0.04 or 0.08 layers, that's saving time, it is. And then I just have a zoom in of the fixed tail, so you can see the tail's all fixed. And then here's some performance results for the Spaceman model, different modes. This is the standard ColorPop Spaceman. It took about 3 hours. The color drop one took about 1 hour 51. And it went from 26 grams of filament to 16 grams of filament total. And the waste was basically the same, and the swaps happened to be the same on that model, but that's not true on all models. It will go up. Hueforge, because color drop works with Hueforge. Hueforge took 7 hours and 21 minutes, and 47 grams with 48 changes, and 4 grams of waste. Color drop Hueforge took 3 hours and 51 minutes, 28 changes, 32 grams total, and 2.1 grams of waste, so half the waste. So for Hueforge, this is great. Now, again, this will only work in images where you're using the same color multiple times in the color core. Not the mesh core doesn't matter, for those of you who know what the mesh core is. So it only works for certain types. Color pop, color aware are great ones, and then if you build your color match correctly for this, it's very different from how I normally build them, then it'll work great for those too. But for standard mode, it's generally not gonna work very well. You're not gonna get many savings in standard mode because you don't use black or white twice. You can do this for lithophanes too. If you're inverting, it can match on whites, and it can show the backlit. If you're in backlit when you enter, it will show you the backlit rendering, and it will match, basically look for whites more than blacks to do your stacking.
Steve,
Yes.
is that using standard purge volumes then on all the MMUs, or are you adjusting purge volume as well to get different like purge weights?
I have not changed purge volumes from anything I use normally.
Like the standard bamboo?
The standard bamboo, yeah, like 0.33, kind of calculate based on the item. I will say for color drop, less important for color drop, but for Hueforge, for certain, using a purge tower is actually recommended.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because you're having much smaller, thinner layers and tiny issues. You want to make sure it's fully primed. I use it for color drop too when I have room. If I don't have room, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'll just keep printing. But if I do have room on the bed, I'll add it just to make sure it's all great, because you will have some small bits of color that you want to make sure are well set. But I didn't do any real, my first color drop I did on a tool changer. So I said, oh great, it saved time, great. But I'm sure it'll be worse on my X1s. And I put it on my X1, I'm like, it still saves time. What? And then I did the actual math and printed all those. Of course, half of our spacemen have gone walking, but we have a couple of these spaceman models there you can look at. Anything that Danny needs to translate for you? Questions?
Do you guys understand everything he just said? I mean, it is. Oh, hey, we got a thumbs up in the back, man. All right, so look, we'll bring it down. Yeah. So first of all, Hueforge, because I saw that basically nobody raised their hand. I mean, I saw a couple people, but Hueforge. Typically, Hueforge is printed from a base layer and printed up, and you can feel the texture. If you come over to the booth, you can feel all those Hueforges. Most of them are like that. You can feel the texture, and it looks like an oil painting. Whereas Hueforge, a lot of people were requesting to print them face down.
They wanted the texture on the plate.
Yeah, they wanted the cool, the really rainbow, cool textured plates that you can print with. You can print a Hueforge face down, and you'll get that kind of effect onto your Hueforge. There are other reasons to want to use Hueforge, but that is the main reason. Also, you haven't touched on Hugeforge that came out
Correct.
Hueforge is a free plugin. Most of these plugins are paid, but Hueforge is not. So typically, if you wanted to print a giant Hueforge, but you don't have like an Orange Storm Giga, you have a small Bamboo, well I say small, but an X1C or something like that, and you want to print a giant project, you would have to make the giant STL in Hueforge, bring it into your slicer, chop it up in a way that makes sense, and it was just a pretty big hassle. So instead of doing that, now there's the plugin Hueforge, which will do that for you. You can tell it how big your build plate is, and then it will cut it up into segments, and it will tell you how to set them up, how to put them together. That's how we did the Spaceman that is 6 foot tall at our booth, using the Hueforge plugin.
And
Now,
that's actually a color dropped Hueforge because all the plugins interact with each other. You can flat forge and you can color drop a Hueforge as well.
so spot fix, whenever you're doing a more advanced technique using color pop or color match like he was describing, there are definitely pits and there are definitely spikes. This at least helps the pits. It just
It
is
helps
very
the spikes too. You can negate them.
Okay.
Oh, not the tiny spikes.
Yeah, like the tiny
little
ones
teeny
along
spikes.
the
You need to
edges.
use the spike removal.
But having that spot fix, because it's kind of disorienting when you, like he showed the example of the parrot where the 2 nostrils, I guess we could call it nostrils.
They were just part of the feathers above the nostrils. Really.
Oh sure, so
Yeah,
they
they
were
weren't
just
supposed
weird.
to be nostrils.
Right.
They were accidental nostrils.
But it just looks weird. It doesn't look like how we expect it to as humans, but that's how Hueforge perceived it. So that's where spot fix really comes into play, and you can help with those really tiny areas and just fine tuning your projects.
Yeah, you can spend less time, if you're in color match, you can spend less time dragging near blacks to the core to try to get them to match correctly. You can just say, okay, that area is close enough, I'll just fix it with, you know, a couple of spot fixes here rather than trying to go back and forth. Yeah.
Could you explain again the difference between the color match and the color pop?
Okay, so, yeah. Okay, so color pop, and this is actually something that we have descriptions of these specifically on the website now, which I think will be good with pictures, so that's helpful, but it's a good question. So color pop looks at an image and says, I'm going to separate it into the areas that are colorful and the areas that are not. So grayscale or near grayscale, and there's a tolerance slider to pick how much you think is gray and how much is not. So if you've pre-processed it and you've literally done a Photoshop filter to make like a rose red and everything else grayscale, that tolerance can be at 1. It's going to get all the grayscale and your rose is going to be separate. But it's not color, it's colors, it's all the colors. So if you have red, green, blue, orange, purple, they're all going to be within, when it splits it into 2 standard luminance ranges. So all of your color is in a luminance range now, and all your grayscale is in a luminance range, but there's no separation of colors inside of there. So if you have a green and a red, they're often the same luminance value, and they're going to be on the same layer, and you're still not going to be able to split them up. So color pop is for like very small, like 1 color family. You got fire colors, you've got blue greens, you've got stuff that blends nicely and has good range. It's super easy to split those up. Color match, you are saying, I know I have these colors in the image, and I'm going to stack them up in an order that makes sense to me and is appealing to me, and that makes sense for the way that filaments blend together. And so I'm going to go from like a white to a blue to a black to have the sky, and then I'm going to go from the sky to like the grass, and then the flowers at the top, and they're all going to be stacked in order. And then Hueforge is going to literally look at each layer on your mesh core and say, what color is what pixel of this image, or actually it's going to look at every pixel in the image and say which layer on the mesh core matches the best. And whichever one matches the best, it's going to say, okay, make the mesh that tall so it'll be that color. So it's way more control, but way more work. Whereas, you know, Hueforge is splitting them up for you in color pop, but much more limited. Does that help?
Do you need the translator or?
I got it.
Okay, I'm
He
here.
just really wants to work here.
I
He's
do
not
work
going to be
here.
able to translate this last feature because it doesn't make sense to him.
No, it doesn't. I don't understand why we have it, but hey, I'm
So,
not the only user.
any other questions before I move on to the project tree? Again, the color drop's the only plugin here. The spot fix and project tree are both included in Hueforge. They're part of the core product because everything that makes sense as the core product goes in the core product. The only reason Hueforge got pulled out is just so I can change it and edit it and fix it, but it's just a quality of life improvement on Hueforge, so that's why it's free. And I can just, if I need to bug fix Hueforge separately from Hueforge, I can do that rather than having to do a whole new release. So that was part of why I split that out. Project tree. one thing a lot of people have asked for is, hey, I got it in ColourPop, but I'm not sure if maybe I could do a better color match. So is there a way for me to take a snapshot and then come back to it if I don't like what I did? And the answer was like, save a project, start modifying it, and save another name, and hope you don't overwrite the old one, because then you're hosed. So project tree is the answer to that. So project tree is kind of a standard quick save. You hit F5, it snaps a snapshot. If you hit F4, it snaps a snapshot with a name. You can type in a name for it. I can move forward. Actually, let me keep the tree up. Oh, no, go back. How do I go back? Up arrow on here? Yeah, okay. So you can branch off of off of project trees, and they're all delta based. So that means, translation, I'm gonna translate, that means that this snapshot here only contains the differences from the base. So they're efficient on disk. So it does keep it as a separate file. You'll now notice there's a .hfpt. So HFPs is my Hueforge project files. HFPT is the tree. Made the choice to save it separately just to avoid making the HFPs that we pass around huge. But if you want to pass the project history with it, you can. It always looks for the HFPT in the folder right next to the file. So each one of these is a delta, mostly. And this will actually support image changes too. So if you put a completely new image in and you save it, it will keep that, and you can go back to the old image and through images. So this is something that the undo tree couldn't do. If you loaded a new image in, it's like, yeah, I don't know what you did. Because there was too many things it touched and too much stuff changed when that happened in Hueforge. So this lets you do that. And you could branch 30 times off the side here. You could branch, you could go down in a straight line. And also, it saves, oh, actually, that's on another slide. Let's move forward. Okay, so yeah, manual and automatic snapshotting is F5 and F4 for, F5 is an unnamed snapshot, F4 is named. And if you're on a Mac or on a PC that's got like media keys at the top, you may need to hit the function button to get your F5 or F10 or the buttons to work. And then by default, changing your mesh mode will make a snapshot automatically, because it's a very common thing to want. Oh crap, I changed it, I want to go back. It will make a snapshot for you before you change the mode. So it sees you're changing the mode, it'll go make the snapshot and then change the mode for you. And then autosaves also save snapshots. Autosaves go every minute. If there's a delta, it'll save. And if there's a delta, it'll take a snapshot. That won't be in your tree, because that would make your tree giant. It'll be in an autosave tree that gets pruned. So it's not every autosave, but like the last 100 or so, you get to set it. We'll get it. And then F10 lets you see the whole tree, and you can double click on a spot or click on a spot, see the differences, move through it however you want, and you can search on named items. And then F7 or F8 will let you move up, and F7's backwards one, F8's forward one down the tree. If you're on the current branch you're on, it'll just go up. It won't, if you get a branch, it'll just go down whatever line it's picked, whatever the last one was on. So that's snapshotting in general. Let me talk about a little bit more on it. And there's a set of settings for snapshotting. So yeah, on Windows and Linux, this is in File Settings. On Mac, it's in Hueforge Preferences, because it moves settings there. You can limit the number of autosave snapshots. And then the snapshot checkpoint interval, at some point, applying a bunch of deltas to a base becomes expensive and time-consuming. So in this case, it's saying every 50 snapshots down a line, it will save a full project. So that from there on, it's just building from that spot. So that's just to help with rebuild time. And then you can turn on and off auto snapshot on mesh mode changes. So this should make it much easier to try a whole bunch of different things in a project, keep your history, see what you've done, where you come from, where you're going. And like, oh, I like this mode, but let me try it in this mode. But I don't really want to make a new project, and I don't want to risk saving over it. And every time you save your project, it'll save the tree as well. And I think that's all I have before questions. So then we can talk about questions, and I can demo things if that's desired as well. But my translator probably should translate anything that people have confused on. Yes?
Maybe is there any capacity to merge projects or snapshots later on down the train? Like specific sets of settings that you want?
No, I don't have that in there. I see where you're coming from that, but I think it would be really hard to communicate what the final result would be of that merge. And so I think generally it would just be like, just go to one of the snapshots. And I will say there is one minor issue I haven't been able to quite fix in snapshots. Sometimes when you click on one to load it, it'll like half load and the colors won't all be there and it'll look weird. Just double click on it again, it'll do it. Like, I don't know why, sometimes it doesn't, but just double clicking on it again will load it fully. I think the issue is just communicating what that difference is and how it's gonna affect the final product. Anyone else questions for me or Danny? Yeah. So they have thumbnails. So you can see the thumbnails, so you can see like the overall changes, but like if you're looking for fine grain changes, there's not currently a way to be like, I want to compare this snapshot to this snapshot in a big window. That's not a bad idea, but there isn't a current way to do that, no. Yeah? Mesh modes. Okay, so there are the mesh modes. So they used to be called luminance modes or luminance, and they were the ways that Hueforge views the image to make a mesh, to make the model. And so they were renamed in 9.2, I think, to mesh modes because it's a more accurate description of what they do. And so there are 6. So there's standard, which is just standard luminance model. So it's dark to light, and it just uses the standard luminance weightings, which are a photographic and visual perception term for the color channels in an RGB image, and it makes them, grayscale. And so Hueforge just sees it all as a black and white image. There is combo, which is a weighted average of standard and max channel. And I'll talk about max channel in a second, but combo defaults to 100%, and 100% is 100% standard. And 0 is 0% standard and is exactly max channel. So the default standard or combo is going to be the same thing for the default settings. If you start changing that slider, it's going to be different, but okay. So those are all just luminance. Max channel is a simplified luminance. Instead of saying, I care about what the standard luminance model says, it's saying, I care which color channel is the highest, and just give me the luminance value based on the highest color channel. And I did this because there was a lot of images early on where you might have limb lighting of like a red glow around someone, and you wanted that to be really bright, but it was only red, and so it was never very bright. And so I was able to say, well, if it's super red, then make it really bright. And so that was what max. And so for fire, often it was really good to be able to blend the fire and get the amount of red and white and yellow and stuff you wanted in your fire by changing that slider. Scaled max channel is the 4th mode. It tries to smooth that out a little bit and like count how many channels there are that are near max and all that kind of stuff, but really we almost never use it, and I leave it there for legacy purposes. There are a few projects that are just made way better with scaled max channel. I can't tell you ahead of time if they are, and I've used it like twice. So that one's not one I'd work with. Color pop, one we discussed. Color aware, which was kind of the earlier version of color match, and more limited. So color aware, instead of breaking up by color and not color, it broke it up to which color channel was the highest. So is the red channel the highest? Then it goes in the red bin. Is the blue channel the highest? It goes in the blue bin. Is the green channel the highest? It goes in the green bin. And then that splits it up into 3 different Hueforges stacked on top of each other. And you had a little bit of control over the ordering of that stacking, but not actually that much control. You could only do 2 different ways. And that was kind of like how we did everything for a while. And we had some ability to color shift images to push things into one bin or the other, especially the blacks and the whites. You would say, I want all my blacks to be in the red bin. And then all of them would be in the red bin by shifting all the overall colors.
Those particular modes that he just described, the early days were really rough. We had to actually edit every image to get that control, whereas he's about to talk about color match a little bit more, I think. So, go ahead.
Yeah, the last mode is color match. And color match was trying to basically said, instead of saying, again, color aware was easier because it just picked the things that were the most blue or the things that were the most green and put them together. But color match, you can then say, well, one of the issues you run into is, do you want the yellow to be with the green, or do you want the yellow to be with the red? Or do you need the yellow to be with the green and with the red? And these were very common issues you'd run into. And so color match lets you pick that ordering. And if you know how filaments blend from practicing with standard modes, then you can say, oh, well, I know if I go from red to yellow to white to yellow to green, I'm gonna get both like my flower, my red flower, and my green leaves. And they're gonna be nice and continuous, and you won't have any gaps between them or jumps, and you won't have the white highlights conflicting. And so it gave you full control over how they stacked, but with still a caveat that sometimes it doesn't match things the way you think it should match things. And part of that is human perceptual vision. We are there's a ton of illusions for this, where you see, they say this is the same color, and you look at it and say, no, it's not, it's a completely different color. But if you use a color picker, it's the same color on the screen. It's just because of what's around it, it looks like a different color. And so we will look at it and say, that's obviously green. And then you grab it and you're like, that's brown. But because of everything that's around it, it looks green to me. And I don't know why this green is not matching to it. And then you realize that's why the red's matching to it, because it's actually brown. So that's kind of one of the tricky parts of all of this. And that color is, I can get real nerdy on color. It's been kind of a lifelong thing. Did that answer your questions on mesh modes? Did way more detail than you needed, or not enough? Because I got more. Yeah. Any more questions? Yes?
So do you have like a help page or somebody we can reach out to?
Okay, so when Hueforge started, obviously nobody knew how Hueforge worked except for me. And so I did some videos and tutorials and things like that, but I'm not a good content creator. And also, I'm too close to it. I know how it works exactly. And most people don't want to know how it works exactly. There's a few people, and I get to nerd out with them, but most people just want to know basically what to do. And so fortunately, people like Danny and Vic and a couple others have come around and started making tutorials for Hueforge that are way better than anything I could make, and much better production quality. So I have a help menu in Hueforge that has help videos. I've restructured it in the newest version that came out this week. 2 major restructures. I got rid of anything that's on the legacy 8.1 UI is now marked as legacy UI, so you know, because the UI changed a lot for the 0.9 release. And then 2, and I brought in all the new stuff, and he's got a whole series of shorts now that cover single topics in a minute that are really helpful. And then the other thing it has is now the option to check for updated help. So more tutorials. So as they release new stuff, and I know Vic sent me a link yesterday, so I have to put it in there. I have the ability to go and push a page out that you can go check and get his new stuff linked in there as well. And you can also check a box to say check once a day for updates and just automatically update my menu. So that's in there now. And then on the website, I have, I think you got in a little late on the website, I have the About page now, which talks through what Hueforge is and does, and then also the 4 of the mesh modes, not scaled max channel or max channel specifically. And then more documentation is coming. And then you can reach out on the Discord, on the Facebook group, on Reddit, or by email, and you'll get help from me or someone in the community. But if you email, it's gonna go to me.
Yeah, we also have a wiki as well. But typically, I mean, the Hueforge community is really helpful in general. So if you ask a question, somebody's going to have the answer.
So I will say there are formats of asking questions that are more helpful. So if you say, I don't like how it's coming out, can you help me? And you don't send me a picture and you don't tell me what you're doing, no, I can't help you. Or if you send a picture of a print and say, how can I make it better? And I'm like, I don't know what the source image looks like. I don't know what you don't like about it. So like, be somewhat descriptive. If you can give me a screenshot of Hueforge, if you can give me a screenshot, in your print, or if you're like, I'm worried about printing this because of this or that, show me your Hueforge window. Show me the slicer window if you're having problems in the slicer. And then say, this is my problem. How do I fix it? And then you're going to get help much quicker. So just like, and I understand you're frustrated. It's not working. You just want to be like, it's not working. How do I fix it? But we can help you a lot better if we have the information to help you. So, does that answer your question? Anything else for me or Danny? You can ask him what his life as a YouTube influencer is like. TikTok influencer, sorry. YouTube.
No sleep. With a day job, no sleep.
Yes. So I have looked, not for phone, I've considered iPad. Right now, the rendering pipeline is incompatible with iPad. Which is a major issue. And then the other issue is that UI differences, interface is going to be a lot of testing and iteration, and I'm one person. So I actually do have plans to rebuild the rendering infrastructure already, just in general, to be more compatible across more hardware. I made a choice because it was what I was familiar with and what I knew would work cross-platform, but it's kind of an antiquated choice these days to use OpenGL. And so it is possible, and it's a lift, but not impossible to redo that. And once I redo that, it is more possible to go to iPad.
I've been asking for that for 2 years, and he makes it more complicated as the years go on, so it keeps getting pushed back farther and farther.
It will be a repurchase on iPad, but it would only be like if you had a commercial license, you wouldn't need to repurchase commercial license on the iPad. It would just be purchase the iPad app. But if there'd be the option. It would be a repurchase though, but I'm not there yet. I'm not a Mac programmer. I was a Windows or Linux programmer my entire life before this. So I'm still learning a lot on that side. Yes?
Is there, this might be a stupid question, something that's already in there, but the inventory is, I either have this filament or don't have this filament. And there doesn't seem to be an option for, I have 2 kilograms of this filament.
Yeah, there's no, okay, so, right, there's no like keeping of how much filament you have. And then the other issue is that people have had to solve this separately, which is, I have 2 spools and they're different TDs. So I need to record those as separate spools. And literally the guy I know who does this just he copies it, adds a couple characters or whatever to the end of the name of the filament, and then changes the TD and saves it. But I don't have a way to, I'm not a filament tracker. It wouldn't be that hard to add a filament, a count of how many spools you have of it for, I guess, but you'd have to keep that up to date. I wouldn't really be able to keep that up to date. So then it's like, how much work, should you just spool man it and, like go that way? So
And
yeah.
like you mentioned with the different TDs between spools, like that's pretty common. So it would be very difficult to, like you can say that you have 4 spools of a black, or black's probably a bad example. You say you have 4 spools of like a gray, and your first gray measured at like an 8 TD, but your 4th gray measured at a 2 TD, which is something that I've actually ran into, which is a huge difference. I mean, you're talking about transparent versus an opaque filament, so it's just not, you could keep inventory in Hueforge, but it's going to be a little bit more complicated, I think, than using something else.
I will say that something we haven't touched on that I kind of forgot that's been added since our last show, and it wasn't, so the last show, Color Match wasn't out, but we were using it for some of the demos, and we were talking about it, and it came out in June. But I think it was the same time a tagging system came in for filament as well. So you can tag your filaments as well and say that, like, you can add whatever tag you want. And so one of the things that was added in this most recent version is you can favorite your filament, and they get put to a favorites list at the top of that window. So if you have a filament, if you have filaments you use all the time, you can favorite them, and then they'll be at the top of your PLA list. And if you go to PETG, they'll be at the top of your PETG list, whichever ones are your PETG favorites or they're filtered correctly. And then they also bring in a list of the active filaments in the current project. So a lot of people had asked for that. They wanted that ability, and it made sense. So, but the tagging system, you can tag it with the material type, and then if you do render lit, which is a lit mode, you can do render lit and see the shine or things like that on there. And then you could also tag it, like grays are secretly tagged now, because when you filter filaments, there's a box on the bottom to filter your filaments and say, I want a gray. Well, the British and the Americans spell gray differently. And actually, I don't even think we know which one we use. So every gray filament, G-R-E-Y, G-R-E-Y is tagged secretly and hidden with G-R-A-Y, and G-R-A-Y is tagged secretly and hidden with G-R-E-Y so that they get filtered properly. So things like that are in there that you can't see. But you can tag silks, you can tag, this one's no good for this, or I'm almost out, or like low quality, or 2 if you wanted to, and you could do that. That wouldn't be really the way to do it, but you can tag them with things that are useful to you. Like I use this for skin, like skin tone. You could have a skin tag that you just get all your skin filaments show up.
Without the kilogram, I'm maintaining 2 inventory libraries. One in Hueforge and then one that has the extra. It's fine, it's just if there was a...
I mean, it wouldn't be hard to add a quantity that you would have to increment and decrement. And then you're saying if you decremented it to 0, it should go unowned. That's not impossible.
I'm sure there's a form to fill out for a feature request. I figured I was here, so...
Yeah, no. That's not super difficult to do. In fact, owned could basically just be +1 instead of checkbox. That would change the whole filament library for everybody, but we could do that. For you, okay? Any more questions? I think we're just about out. I think we're basically out of time. So any last question? I want to thank you all for coming out and listening to me ramble and listening to Danny translate. Thank you very much.
Check 1, 2.
Check mic. Mic check. Check mic.
Ooh, I like the
Where's
when there's
Mike?
music.
Where's Mike?
We need a little bit of background
Is
music.
there a mic in here?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, we have background music
Yeah.
for the stream. We're live?
We're live? It's just like the real show.
Yeah. Are we at the same height? Are we okay for height? Have to sit up?
Framed well.
Okay, so let's do this.
All right. Looks like it's time. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Zee and Zed Live. My name is Austin, a.k.a. ZombieHedgehog.
My name is Liz, aka Pezliz.
And this is our live show.
Yeah.
But typically, we're on Twitch, and we're looking at like monitors, and there's a chat here. So this is quite the different experience than normal.
There's live chat right there. We got live chat right there.
Perfect.
Yeah. We take bits and subs too. You can toss them our way, right?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So what we typically do is we stream on Twitch, and it's all about 3D printing, education, sharing, making, and just having fun.
And talking over each other, which we're not doing right now.
No, we're not
which
doing.
Is pretty incredible.
Well, because we're like right
Well,
next
we
to
could
each
be
other.
doing
It's
that right
easier.
now. We
yeah.
could do that.
Yeah.
So should we do a proper introduction of who we are? And
Yeah. A little bit backstory. We can go first.
So, well, we could talk about the origin of Zee and Zed. Do you want to do that or talk about ourselves?
Let's introduce ourselves first.
Okay. My name's Liz, aka Pezliz, and I have been 3D printing I'm in my 5th year of 3D printing. 5th year. I started out with 3D printing, I still help run MakerDeck, which is a 24/7 Twitch stream of people doing making and crafting, mostly 3D printing. And it just turned 4. And I started making content on Twitch about 3 years ago, like this week. And I do mostly 3D printing education, but I also have a show with Polymaker where I talk about Polymaker filaments. I showcase designers, and I also have a Sunday stream where we do community makes, and I have the show Zee and Zed. And with my Twitch streaming, I also do lots of fundraising. My biggest fundraisers I do every year are Stand Up to Cancer and St. Jude Children's Hospital. And my goal in doing 3D printing content is to inspire people at all levels, all skill levels of 3D printing, and keep them making.
Awesome. Yeah. Again, my name is Austin, aka ZombieHedgehog, and I run the channel Hedgehog Makes. I stream on Twitch, and I also have some videos on YouTube. I build 3D printers, I break 3D printers, I unbox 3D printers, I 3D print, I design 3D printed models. So quite a bit of 3D printing. I've been printing for around 4 years now.
Yes, you're in your 5th year.
I've
You
been
started
printing
a
for 4
month after
years.
me. Yes,
Yes.
you started a month after me.
Yep. Started off with a simple printer and then worked my way up pretty quickly, and now I'm speaking at trade shows, which is fun.
Yeah, we should also note that on Twitch, you have different levels of influence or whatnot. So we're actually 2 of the first 3D printing content creators that got Twitch Partner, which is a pretty big deal if you know Twitch. So we're kind of proud of that.
Yeah, Twitch is, you think about Twitch, you think about mostly video games and stuff like that, but there's a pretty big making and crafting community, and it's a lot of fun to interact with the various people. So definitely check out the far ends of Twitch if you get a chance.
Yeah, we've got lots of awesome people.
Totally.
Including Beardy right here in front. All right. So what's next, Austin?
All right. Who here owns a 3D printer? Awesome. So most of you guys are into 3D printing. I'm assuming there's a mix of old printers and new printers, and that's awesome. Because 3D printing, the whole landscape has shifted quite a bit in just the last couple of years. So it's been pretty interesting to follow that and experience that shift, the new meta. So we're going to start off with what we typically do is share our makes, and I brought a couple here to show off.
Just a few?
Just a few. All right, so this one right here is an IK3D Dragon. So I printed that on a Bamboo H2C, a lot of printers. And I really like this one because of how the gradient worked out. This is all Polymaker filaments, and the orange gradient is one of their Halloween gradient colors.
Neon Halloween.
Neon Halloween, thank you. And then
UV reactive.
yeah, so because I printed it with kind of a gradient in mind, it shifted and it just came out really nice. So I like to do multicolor printing, and I like to print big things, so this type of thing is fun.
And that's Starlight Midnight.
Yeah, Starlight Midnight from Polymaker. They are a...
I picked out the colors.
Yes. All right. Here's one for you.
Oh, okay. So my name is Pezliz because I collect Pez dispensers, long story short. And when I started to reestablish my Pez collection, as I started streaming, people were gifting me Pez dispensers. I realized I have no way to display these properly. And displays for them are really expensive, and I'm like, there has to be a 3D printing solution. So this was actually a collab with K2 Kevin, where we created Pezfinity. So this is a Gridfinity, yeah, it's Gridfinity enabled. If you print in matte filament, it's best because the little feet fit in. It's sort of like a snug fit there. And so now I have a multi-board behind me, and then there's a whole wall of Pez dispensers. So Pezfinity, exclusive to Maker World.
It's a very nice model. All right, I got one more that I'm pretty excited about. So I've been building printers for a while. I built the Stealth Changer, and I've been experimenting with lots of printers. But I recently picked up...
Closer to your mouth. Yeah, closer.
I recently picked up the Snapmaker U1. And this is a multi-material model. So the wheels are printed in TPU at the same time of the body, which is printed in multicolor PLA. And this is fun because it's using my own filament through Polymaker. I have Hedgehog Makes Galaxy Red. It's a beautiful PLA, nice and sparkly and perfect red. So this is one of my first test prints off the printer. Very impressed with it, and I hope to do more multi-material and different color blendings. I've been experimenting with the full spectrum color blending too, and there's a lot of possibilities with the tool changer, and I'm very excited for the future of some of these upcoming printers.
And that's a model that was commissioned for design by Fix'em Dude.
Yeah, this is a Fix'em Dude model. I have it hosted on my Maker World. It's part of kind of like his FDM line, Fix'em Dude Motors. So similar style, just a cool little futuristic truck.
All right. So what's next?
All right, next. Getting into 3D printing, because I'm sure there's some of you who have never even touched a printer. You have no idea who we are, and you just walked into a building with a bunch of these random machines, and you're kind of confused. So 3D printing is amazing because of just what you can do. The possibilities are almost endless. You can make things, you can fix things. I mostly make new models. I don't typically get into repairing stuff, but occasionally I do, and it's really nice to see that.
Yeah, and my passion, or one of my passions, you're also passionate about filament. I like using all different materials, playing around with materials, kind of stretching the possibilities. Any material that I can get my hands on, that I can print on with my printers, I print with. And so what I do when I'm making my content is I say, if I can do it, you can do it. And so, for example, I love doing things in TPU. It's super fun to print things in TPU because it's really unexpected when you hand it to someone and they realize that it's done in TPU. And yeah, we have lots of fun with that. And yeah, no matter what you decide to do, I think we're really good because we do pick a variety of things. We're always finding new models. We also happen to have gathered designer friends, and sometimes we make requests. Just sometimes, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. I always know when the conversation starts with "hear me out," and then he has an idea, and it turns into something. And also, Bearded Printer's here, right in the front, and he streams on Twitch, and we have encouraged and influenced a few floppy models that are successes. Yes. and we have lots of fun with that.
Yeah, definitely. So my one piece of advice, if you are going to get into 3D printing, is there's a lot of things that are potentially overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. Honestly, just to get into 3D printing, you just want to get a printer and print some stuff, and that's it. That's the main thing, and it's not more complicated than that. Get a printer, print things. Get some filament, use it. Because if you look around this event, you'll see these crazy printers, heavily modified, printing insane things with insane materials. You don't have to do that right away. You can, but it's best to start slow and just kind of ease into it. Print some stuff, print other people's models, maybe start to design some models, but just start printing.
But empower yourself. There's lots of information out there. For example, if you have a bamboo printer, there's this entire set of courses that are free, Bamboo Academy, and you can learn about every single material, about all the ins and outs of your printer. If you're actually looking at shopping for a printer, they have all kinds of information. I know that Prusa has courses too, and of course there's a multitude of streams. I think the fun thing about being a streamer is that people can come in and ask a question and get the answer live, or at least the attempt to an answer live.
Sometimes.
But there's lots of YouTube videos out there, and I mean you've got people that like started at the very beginning of 3D printing, and you get the whole range of experience too.
Yeah, I like live streaming because of that. You can just come in and ask questions, and I do my best to answer them. And sometimes it goes into a deep rabbit hole where I had a topic, and then we go deep in the other end trying to figure out this very specific part, modifying Clipper code or finding a random piece on AliExpress. You never know where we're gonna get, so it's fun to do it live.
Or the bow. Like a couple of weeks ago, we had someone that was printing this bear from Maker World, and it had a little bow that attached to it. And they could, not for the life of them, get the bow to print properly. So I said, let's do this before the show. I sent the model, and we both tried different types of supports, and it still looked like chewed bubble gum. So whoever designed that, shame on them.
I tried my best. So
Demerits, right? Demerits, yep.
I think I printed that live. Like I sliced it. I showed how I would slice the model. I kind of gave my reasoning, and then I told what filament I picked. And then during the show, it printed, and I was able to showcase it. So it's always fun to do things live. I typically stream for around like 2 to 3 hours at a time, so I can't print everything live, but when it happens, it's always fun.
And we always love when there's something new. So for example, when Hueforge started, we were the first people to interview Hueforge Steve. We were Hueforging ourselves. You were creating models, I was creating models, and so it's really exciting when something new or a designer comes out with a new model and we're the first people to print it. We're both sponsored in part by Polymaker and by other companies. So if West 3D has a new filament come out, we print with that or with Polymaker. And so we like bringing new things and because when you're 3D printing, sometimes it can get stale. Your printers can sit idle for me for hours, not days, but it's good to find inspiration, and that's sort of our tagline.
Yeah, we try
tips, tricks,
and inspiration. We've molded that over the years, and yeah, that's what it is. It's all about finding things to print and inspiring. Yeah. I know that some people in the chat sometimes say, I have no idea what to print. And that's crazy because there's millions of free models that are really well designed, and on top of that, there's tons of paid models. There's
Maker chips.
Subscription services.
I wish I had printed more Maker chips.
Yeah, I didn't print enough Maker chips always. But yeah, it's doing the live stream, especially our Zee and Zed show. We try to explore new things and showcase old things. Sometimes we might find a designer from 5-6 years ago, and the models are still relevant, so we can showcase them. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things this year. I say everything old is new again, because if you go through, everyone's always looking at the top of the list, but if you go to a designer's profile, go way down to the bottom, because if they printed that for Easter in 2016, it's still relevant for Easter of this year. So there's all sorts of useful things.
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you would want to 3D print and some of the things that I print. So to me, there's two main categories, and I'll talk about how they blend, but the fun type of models is what I always recommend starting out with. If you have a new printer, print something fun, right? Print a cool dragon or a floppy model or something just fun, something that'll make you excited, something that'll make you want to keep printing, right? If you print like a little holder for something, it could be fun, but I like to recommend printing something completely ridiculous and cool. So display pieces, toys, you can get into cosplay. That's a fun thing. I know a lot of people buy printers specifically to print things to wear and go to events with. Art like Hueforge and many other styles, shadow boxes. That's a very popular thing. Decorations and gifts. If you haven't printed something for someone else as a gift, you're doing something wrong, because those are the most exciting things. You hand someone a 3D printed anything. I give my mom bird feeders or bird houses every year, and she knows that they're 3D printed, and she just loves them because it's something that I made, it's something that I got to pick the colors on, and it's a very unique thing you can give. It's not something you can just buy at the store.
You can even print your card. So Karen Chow has a design where you can customize and print a greeting card. So I mean, there's all kinds of the possibilities are endless.
Yeah. I have a note here for personalization. Even though you see a model on the internet, you don't have to print that specific model. If you wanted to, you can add text to it. You can slice it. You can cut it in half and do something with it. If you want to make a vase or a holder or something, you can modify the model. What's that new the surface texturing tool?
Oh yeah, CNC Kitchen has a new mesh something. Now I'm trying to remember what it's called. But you can take an existing model and bring in a pattern and put the patterns. Because there's one of the neatest things in 3D printing right now is crochet-like models, so little figures and stuff. But CNC Kitchen has actually developed a tool where you can either use an existing pattern that he has or bring in a pattern and it can apply to the object, which is really cool. Because I recently made some coasters for a Twitch streamer, Bricks O'Brien. He does Lego, but he also does Minecraft. So the coaster holder, which is a model that I designed, pretty simple, just enough to fit the circles of the coasters. I put the brick pattern on the outside, and it turned out really, really interesting. So there's always something new and ways to personalize.
Yeah, there's tons of free tools for 3D printing, and that's the nice thing about printing. Take a side note. The whole community is so open and inviting. 3D printing is such a positive place. I've been in a lot of different hobbies, woodworking, different electronics hobbies, and sometimes the communities are very split. Even just like picking a tool brand, DeWalt, Milwaukee, people are fighting left and right, seeing what's best. But with 3D printing, everyone's so excited to see the models that you print. So of course, if you print something, I encourage you to share it. Go online and share your stuff. Even if 2 people see it, that's 2 people who've seen your work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So the other section of prints that I wanted to go over is functional prints. So this is something that you generally find a use case for before you go and print. For example, organizers, right? 3D printed organizers are probably one of the most popular things to print. I've actually designed some of my own drawers, drawer systems, and I've used many others.
You have? Really?
I have, yeah.
What are they called?
Let's see, I have Screwfinity and Wacky Stacky was the original.
Yes, yes.
Stackfinity, I renamed it because no one seemed to want to download something called Wacky Stacky. But that's okay. You live and learn. So yeah, organizers, brackets, holders, stuff like that, mounts, replacement parts. I've seen people printing knobs for various things, and not just printing, but taking the old broken design, modeling it, and then reprinting it, because why not, right?
And then there's whole universes of organization, like multi-board and Gridfinity and beyond. Girari has his sets of drawers. There's a whole rugged collection from K2 Kevin. Yeah, so it can be really fun. And what's really interesting, I think, especially for the designers, is to see what people have done with what they started, like their systems. And it's absolutely amazing. There's one person that sells little minis and things at craft fairs, and they took the entire rugged system, the drawers and everything, and they've used that as part of their display for selling. And 3D printing with the printy panels. Yeah, there's so much to explore, and my advice for that, especially if you're getting into a system or organizers or whatever, is take a look at the makes, because the designers can. When a designer is working on something, they kind of get lost in their own world. But if you look at the makes, that's where you get the ideas of how to do things. Also, if you're not sure when you're printing fun things, I guess I'm just going to go off script. That's me.
Yeah, go for it.
Look at the makes. Look and see. And if you see something that looks really nice, a lot of the time, at least I talk about what filament I used, or there's all sorts of inspiration from that part.
Do you remember post your makes when you do?
Yes, post your makes. Credit the designer. Talk about the filament. And even if you're someone who's just starting out, you could create some really good relationships. Absolutely.
Yeah, and speaking of relationships, if you see a model online that you feel could either be improved somehow or maybe be modified, don't be afraid to reach out to the designer, message them, right? If it's one of these public repositories, you can just DM the designer, right? I do recommend to be very kind and thoughtful with what you say.
Except a bearded printer. You say, yeah.
But yeah, you can work with designers. You know, there's a chance that the designer is looking for feedback, right? They don't know that they want it, but they actually could probably use it. So it's definitely worthwhile just talking to people, asking questions. A famous person once said, "If you don't ask, you don't get anything."
A famous person, yes. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's useful, especially for these functional things, because you might find something very close to what you need. So it might be worth contacting the designer and saying, "Hey, I want to integrate this. You know, do you think it's possible? Do you think you can help me or direct me to something that I can use?"
And the designers you have access to, you can also suggest models. I know that with Bearded Printer, for example, he just came out with the birdhouse. And last year, at the end of the year, he's like, "What do you think I could make?" And I said, I'd love to see you do a birdhouse. And now he has a birdhouse. You can make it happen.
All right, getting back a little bit on script here. So that was fun and functional prints. So my favorite types of prints are a combination of both. In my perspective with 3D printing, I don't like to rush. I don't like to print super fast if I don't have to. I like to print something quality that I'm actually going to be proud of and use. So with a lot of the functional prints I do, I like to make them look good, right? I like to pick fun colors, fun color combinations. I have more colors than just black and white, although they do go pretty well together.
Yeah, and remember, if you're printing something functional that you're going to see every single day, pick your favorite color. Like, honestly, pick your favorite color. And if it's something that needs to have, certain strength or whatever, companies like West 3D make absolutely gorgeous, like ABS and ASA. Cookie Cat has some gorgeous stuff. Polymaker's got the HTPLA range. So you don't have to stick with, black, white, gray. Although some people like that. That's part of their thing. But we are very colorful printers.
Right, and speaking of colors, let's say you buy a spool of filament that's rare or very pretty, and you're like, "Oh, I don't want to print with this because it's too expensive. I'm just going to let it sit on my shelf." Well, you know what looks better than a spool of filament sitting on the shelf? A final product that you printed.
A shelf.
You can print the shelf.
Yeah,
yeah, there you go. Yeah, but print stuff with your filament.
And over 4 years of 3D printing, I actually, when I first started, Polyalchemy Elixir was going, like, they shut down. So I did grab a bunch of that, but of course that filament is really not printable anymore. And I did print a bunch of things with it, but it's one of those things where I learned, like, you can't just have it sitting pretty. Go through it and share. And it's really fun to be able to admire the filament in printed form.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So we're We are flying through this. So typically with our show, a large part of the show is community interaction. So I'm going to skip right to the Q&A section.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Right into
away.
it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if anyone has any questions, let's see what we can do. Do you have any questions on 3D printing? Sure.
For beginners, could you give any advice for ventilation and filtration in an apartment context?
Sure. So the question was about filtration, ventilation of your 3D printers. So depending on what filament you're printing, I would recommend various ways of handling the essentially fumes. And I know that's a scary word, but everything makes fumes. When you cook, you make fumes, right? It's all about controlling it. So in general, if you're printing a basic PLA, under normal circumstances, I would say it's generally fine to not really worry too much. If you have a very rare case that you have small animals or birds or something like that, you should be aware of what you're printing. But the common recommendation is if you're printing a basic filament to print in a very open area if possible, and make sure to not just hover over your printer. I know it's fun to look at printers, but don't just stare at your printer for like 2 hours like this and hover over it. But,
I started my journey with ABS and ASA in June in Montreal without air conditioning. And of course, with ABS and ASA, you do need ventilation. So I had to have the window open and my air filter on and everything. Don't start printing that in June with the window open. That's my recommendation. But there are different systems. But if you're printing with PLA, PETG, TPU, you're generally okay. I have a high quality air filter and quality monitor. And when I burn toast, it actually shows up more than in 3D printing.
Yeah.
Now, if you're talking about resin is
toxic.
Resin is toxic.
Resin is awesome. I'm going to say that. But resin is something you have to be very aware of. And I want to specify, we're mostly talking about FDM 3D printing with filaments. Resin is a whole separate topic, and that does require, for the most part, active ventilation and air filtration.
Yeah, and when you're choosing your 3D printer, you have to think about the environment that you're in and whether it's something that you can manage and what materials you can manage. And that's why I'm glad that, for example, HTPLA is now a thing, because it can withstand up to like 300 degrees Celsius. So, I mean, there's lots of options now depending on what your printer is too, because you don't want to print things like ABS, ASA without an enclosure, because you need to have the temperature maintained, all sorts of things, but yeah.
Yeah, so good question. I'm going to say that there's a lot more, like it's a very, very, very big topic on just filtration and stuff like that. If you are concerned about filtration, I think the best thing to do is buy a 3D printer with active filtration built in. A lot of modern printers will have activated carbon and HEPA filters, so that's definitely something to look into. Getting an enclosed printer that is automatically filtered, and then on top of that, some printers allow you to just hook up like a little tube and then just vent right out your window, and that's pretty good too, pretty common. But good question. Yes.
Yes.
Filament drying. All right, how long do we have?
Okay, I'm gonna advertise this. Okay, so we have been involved in actually lots of different companies for a long time, but Austin actually got to help develop Polymaker's Poly Dryer. He was on the team to develop that. I didn't use a filament dryer until the Poly Dryer. And I'm like, why did I not use one before that? I print a lot in TPU now. Like I said, I was exploring that, but also with ABS, ASA, definitely with PETG, you want to have a filament dryer. And you can get them fairly affordable. And I highly recommend it. A lot of people, their first answer to something going wrong in 3D, when you're 3D printing something, is your filament must be wet. I don't think that's always the answer, unless it's specific materials. But yeah, talk about filament dryers.
Yeah, filament drying. Most cases out of the box, if you open up a brand new spool of filament, it's probably fine to print. Now there are some materials where even though they come dry, they will suck up all the moisture out of the air right away. So you're gonna want to actively dry.
Yes.
And The other like huge like disclaimer is it all depends on where you live. I live in Maine. It's not terribly humid, but compared to someone who lives in California or like just generally the West Coast, seems like a lot of people require
Or in
filament
Florida,
dryers.
yeah.
Or in Florida, anywhere where it's very moist. It's important to not just dry your filament, but print out of a sealed dry environment.
The other thing is, fresh out of the package does not mean that it is not that is dry, especially materials like PETG. Keep in mind that the reason that they're vacuum sealed is to prevent them from any further environmental effects, and also so they ship well. That's why filament, for the most part, is vacuum sealed with the silica. It's to make sure that once it gets to you in a certain condition. But something like PETG, I've seen people say, "Oh, I just took it out of the package." It's like, no, it's very hygroscopic. So filament dryer is a good one.
Can I add something here? So
Yeah.
Also too, like I'm from Houston. I also have a dehumidifier in my setup. Does that way there also helps keep the filament dry?
Yeah, of course.
As well. So if you're really in a wet environment, the dehumidifier.
Yeah, think about your environment. And the biggest enemy, I think, to especially PLA is sunlight. So I happen to live in a basement, which is very helpful. But I have rep racks with all my PLA out on display. But if I had the window open all the time, I would definitely be damaging that filament.
Yeah. Most people don't even realize that, but most filament you want to keep out of direct sunlight because it'll break down the filament. So for me, because of my environment, because I do run a heat pump and that generally keeps my area pretty controlled, I leave all my PLA out and everything else gets put into either a sealed bin, so I get these big kind of like storage bins, but they have a gasket on them. So I'll just shove a ton of filament in them and then I'll put a some type of desiccant inside of it, and that keeps it dry. So all my ABS and ASA, they're organized in those bins. PETG, those are in the bins. And then I have miscellaneous stuff like TPU.
I keep things closed until I use them too, a lot of the time. But for us, we are prolific printers, so the filament gets used. Like the stuff that's behind me and in my streams and stuff, it's not just display. It's being used all the time.
Yeah.
So.
And one thing I'll add, the Polymaker Poly Dryer boxes. The boxes are great for long-term filament storage because they have built-in desiccant. And if you're worried about them not being dry, you just throw them back in the dryer, and you can print out of them. You can print out of them and dry, so it's pretty. Pretty
and you can
tool.
get 15% off. shop.polymaker.com/Pezliz. Get 15% off your first purchase, or after you've used that,
You can go to polymaker.hedgehogmakes.com.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, wait. All right. You over there? Too dry. So when I first started filament drying, it was with a kind of a manual temperature set point dryer, and I cranked my filament just a little bit too much, a couple too many times, and the biggest issue with drying filament is temperature. If your temperature is too hot, you will deform and actually melt the filament. But in terms of too dry, that's still a topic I want to explore because I've seen various answers on that. I've seen people say you could leave filament in a dryer for years and it'll be fine. I've also seen that. Hello?
Oh.
I've also seen that you want a little bit of moisture in your filament. I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah,
never
exactly.
too dry? Okay.
And the other thing is, you have to think when you take a spool of filament off, if you notice that it's breaking, take the first. I'm Canadian, so I'm gonna say meter. Take the first meter of filament off, or the first yard, whatever. Take that off, and a lot of the time it's the outside of your filament because that's been facing the environment, and that's what's breaking.
Yeah. The taking a couple meters off, that's a pretty good tip. So just test your filament, flex it. If it snaps, if it's a filament that's not supposed to snap, then there's obviously an issue. Drying it is a good course of action. I always recommend just dry your filament. You're not going to hurt it by drying it, right? There's no filament that likes to be wet that I'm aware of. Maybe there is, but yeah, good question.
When you do design, what kind of 3D modeling package or CAD system do you use? Do you do parametric design, or what do you do?
good question.
I'm Tinkercad. Tinkercad and Tinkercad till I die. No, I love it. I have been able to have a couple friends that use Fusion and other software to edit some of my models, but I'm Tinkercad. But you do.
I've used a lot of Onshape. I like Onshape. The interface works really well for me. I've been getting into Fusion 360, and generally I make parametric models. If I'm gonna make something, I want the ability to just scale it after the fact. So I spend a lot of time figuring out how to make things parametric. My Gridfinity storage systems, they're all parametric. So in the modeling software, I can say I want it to be 5 wide by 3 deep, and then this size, and it'll just generate me a model, and I can export it. It takes a long time to get to that point, but once you get there, it's pretty nice. And I have used Tinkercad. My maker chip this year is done completely in Tinkercad.
Your studio setup, you did that in Tinkercad?
Yeah, I laid some stuff out in there, but Tinkercad's honestly one of the best overall 3D printing packages to learn for CAD, because you can do anything very, very advanced or very basic, and you can edit models and do lots of things.
But speaking of that, this year we actually did something interesting. We did a Zee and Zed where we designed in the slicer. So we did a low poly snowman, so a very basic model, but showed how you can cut the bottom off, you can line everything up using all the different shapes, and we actually had a little community challenge where people printed the most interesting snowmen, but it was all designed in the slicer. So a lot of things can be done. Maker chips, for example, you pull in the profile and you can do, everything for your maker chip in the slicer. So that's another thing. And if you also want to learn more about design, I would really recommend that you learn about slicing and learn about using your slicer first, because you get a greater appreciation for how everything should come together. For example, there are people that design busts and things like that. And if you don't design for someone to use the fewest amount of supports to make it as easy as possible for anyone to print, then you're going to have poor ratings. 0 stars, right? 0 stars, 1 star. But and I think a lot of designers are being a little more thoughtful about that. And of course, now people can even have full profiles with supports added. But yeah, play in the slicer.
Yeah, I like to design things that don't require supports or minimal supports. So every time I'm modeling, I'm saying, okay, if I make it like this, it's not going to be easy to print, or it's just not going to look good. So I like to spend time to think about how it's going to print. And you can always test print. Zach Friedman, he just did a whole video on how to design. It's a great video. I'd watch it. He shows how to take something, copy it, and actually go through and prototype and test and prototype and edit. And that's a very good thing to do. Just print a little bit, test it, see if it works, and have fun. Modeling is fun. It can also be very frustrating, so just take your time.
Yeah, if you want frustration, watch Bearded Printer on Tuesdays and Fridays. Also, Wexter. Yeah, there's a couple people that stream their modeling.
All right, you in the middle. Oh, the waste. That's a good question.
Okay. My best advice to minimize waste is get good at printing. Honestly, we do lots of multicolored printing, which is great. It does produce waste. That's just part of it. So you can plan out whether you print a lot of models, you have purge models, things like that. But from helping manage MakerDeck, which is 24/7 printing for 4 years, the biggest waste of filament is bad bed adhesion, bad slicing, wrong supports, filament that's gone bad,
yeah,
or
failed
the wrong filament but failed prints.
Yeah.
That is the biggest waste of filament, I think.
Yeah, so if I have a failed piece, I try, if possible, I try to fix it. If it stops printing at the head level, you throw on a hat, right? Easy. Other than that, I don't keep my waste. I don't do anything with the filament poops or anything like that.
There's all sorts of fun things that people
You can.
are doing.
There's lots of
Yeah.
things. Just personally,
Over
it's easier for me
time,
just to not.
I
Yeah.
do remember saving all of my filament waste, and then one day I just tossed it. Most of it's PLA, so eventually it will biodegrade. But like I said,
10,000
the
years,
the
yeah.
biggest waste is failed prints.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, you over there?
Just had a follow-up to that question. Is there any tips on recycling, or can this be recycled?
It's difficult because it depends on where you live. There have been programs that have popped up. There's maker spaces that were taking people's filament waste and making sort of Franken filament, but there's nothing that's like that we've really seen out there that's actually followed through.
Yeah.
I know there's been people that have that saved up all their filament, and apparently there was a recycling depot, and they got there and there was nobody there.
Yeah, for the scale of like consumer 3D printing, there's really not a lot that you can do, just to be honest. There's a material called PHA, which is just natively biodegradable. A little bit harder to print, but you can throw it outside, and in like a year or so, it'll go away naturally.
But there are people doing some really interesting things. Like our friend Layer by Layer, he takes his filament and he puts it on heat press, and he makes all kinds of different like coasters and things like that.
Yeah, you could take your prints, grind them down, make molds. There's lots of things you can do.
Yeah, a lot of people melt into and make garden stones, all sorts of things. But it's one of those, just the reality of 3D printing is you're going to have waste.
All right, time for one more question. You were in front.
Question about your multi-material model there. What orientation did you print that in?
Yes. So most of Fix-Em Dude's trucks are designed to print on their side. So no supports, just prints directly on its side, and that allows you to use an effect sheet if you want. I typically use something like a Big Tree Tech Glacier plate, so you get the same finish on both sides. But yeah, just sideways. All right, and I think we are running out of time here.
Oh my goodness.
So thank you all for the questions. That was awesome. If you have additional questions or want to learn more, make sure to check out both of our individual Twitch channels. I am ZombieHedgehog on Twitch. Hedgehog Makes on YouTube. I stream every other night, 10 o'clock Eastern. So probably past a lot of people's bedtime, including myself. But it's the time I'm able to stream.
And you can find everything for me on Pezliz.com.
Oh, yeah.
And-
Hedgehogmakes.com.
Yeah.
There we go.
And I stream Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So every day but Tuesday and Thursday. That's when I actually get things done.
Yeah.
But
So thanks to Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival for hosting an
Absolutely.
incredible event. Thanks for having us on the stage here. I hope you guys all have a fantastic event. Make sure to check out the Maker Chip booth and the Pezliz booth. That's where kind of all of our stuff is. Make sure to be collecting Maker Chips and make sure to have a good time. Gotta have fun.
yeah, this has been Zee and Zed. You are?
My name's Austin, aka Zombie Hedgehog.
And I am Liz, aka Pezliz.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Rocky Mountain RepRap Fest 2026. Thank you very much. I hope everyone went to the Death Racers and just wasn't paying attention for the first 2 rounds and paid all the attention in the 3rd round. Because I did. Because if you did, then I was kicking ass the whole time. It was great. Yeah, hi everyone. Oh, it's still 1:58. I started introducing myself too soon. I'm starting to think people here might know who I am already. Never even really considered that. Okay, yeah, might as well get started. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and cyborgs, have you ever finished a project? It's okay, you could be honest. If you did finish a project, do you wish people cared about the project? Do you wish people cared so much about the project, they would make your project too? Maybe even care enough to like show you the pics of the project they made based off your project. I know what that feels like. Wait, there we go. You have to see both arrows, they're very important. Do you wish people would make your last project their next project until others made that their next project, and then it metastasizes into a meta project of projects so compelling that non-project making people start making projects just to make that project? My name is Zach Friedman. I have a YouTube channel. I used to be a prototype developer. I have a business degree, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. However, for possibly the first time in my entire life, I get to say the following sentence with absolute honesty. And I might never get to say it again, so let me savor the moment. Oh, yeah. I am completely qualified to explain this topic. I created Gridfinity, the 3D printed modular organizer system, and while I'm not totally sure how I would go about quantifying this, I suspect Gridfinity could be the most remixed 3D model ever released that is not a boat. Everyone in this room walked past a dozen Gridfinity setups as they came in here. And I wouldn't be surprised if most of the owners of those systems don't even know I exist, let alone that I'm involved with the project. I consider this to be an honor and a privilege. I'll explain this later. I also make videos featuring models that other people have made that anyone can print, so I'm actually on the other side of this equation too. So when I explain how I set up Gridfinity to get popular, which I really didn't, more importantly, I'm explaining how I pick the things that I use my channel to try to make popular. These tips will not work if you're trying to make money. You will just look like an aspect of hustle culture instead of a real human. I'm not allowed to swear on stage, which means all I am thinking about is swearing on stage. I wish I could bleep myself in real life. It's odd how being able to like redact swearing makes you able to swear more. Yeah, real perverse incentive there. This also won't help you build a reputation. I can help your model get popular, but not you. I am giving a PowerPoint presentation at a 3D printing convention using a bootleg Google Glass. I am not the one to ask if you want to get popular. At the end of the day, people looking at a model only care about the model. The creator's name is flavor text. They only put this button here to like make you dream. It's like how the casino hangs a Lamborghini over the slot machines. Granny might have driven in a $12,000 Subaru, but she's going home in a $100,000 bus. So if you can't make money and if you can't gain clout, then why would you care if anyone prints your model? Because making projects is fun. Seeing other people have fun is fun. And seeing others having fun, making the thing you have fun making, is really fun. This is how to make the makes you've made, making makers, make them their next make, and hopefully make them even better. There are two main reasons why you would want others to make your projects, right? Like you might want to see people making your thing. You might want people to remix your thing. Each of these is really two sub-reasons. Like, oh wait, I advanced too far. You might just want to give back to the community. You might be hoping a specific person will shout you out. You might hope the world will improve your project, which is actually a very good assumption. Or you could be hoping to make the next Gridfinity. Not a project, but an ecosystem. These overlap a lot, so consider this more of like a structure to focus your... You could really do the, do this for no matter what your incentive is. But like, the point is, don't get distracted chasing something you never cared about in the first place. But no matter what your goal is, there's one bedrock principle you should keep in mind. There is a huge demand for models of all kinds. Here are the top 167 models on printables by number of makes. I really wanted to get at 169, but I just couldn't figure out how to get the last two in there. The ones outlined in blue are practical models, like things with real-life use cases. The ones in red are useless knickknacks that clutter up the planet for a certain definition of fun. The point is, no matter what you're making, there's somebody else who would be interested in making it. There's no excuse not to share, right? Insecurity is not an excuse. And neither is, who cares about this overly specific model? It's so overly specific, who else could possibly need it? You'd be surprised. Here's a replacement hot swap hard disk caddy I designed for this trash tier server chassis that I'm fairly sure was discontinued at the time. I only uploaded it because I used it as a demo for a video about how to copy things and make spare parts. I didn't really expect anyone to actually make it, but at least 2 people did, and they took the time to upload multiple photos. And a bunch more people in the comments said they used it too, and judging from the fact that not a single one of them had a single positive thing to say about the case I modded, I'm guessing they were telling the truth. This particular one is particularly interesting because it's a Dell case, but I designed the hard drive caddies to fit Rosewell cases. Rosewill. This is a case mod that lets a Dell chassis mount Rosewell brand hot swap sleds. But since Rosewell no longer makes the sleds, my spare parts gave this old model as well as the PC it revives a whole new life. And I think that's pretty cool. You never know how the world is going to respond to your creations. Things aren't cause and effect. People don't get what they deserve. The universe is made of probability, and all you get to do is try to rig the odds. You can do everything right and still fail. And you can do everything wrong and still succeed. These are all comments on my original Gridfinity project on things. Doing everything right puts more 20s on the dice. But ultimately, you have to roll the dice. And if your objective is to hit a 20, you just have to keep on rolling. What I'm saying is, finish more projects and share the projects. And for crying out loud, don't share your files on sites where people go to find 3D files. Like, don't put your stuff only on GitHub. Don't put your stuff only on Patreon, and certainly don't put your stuff on only your own website. If your model is not on a model hosting site, you might as well just delete it, because even if people somehow find it, they're not going to trust it. I believe 80% of why Gridfinity ended up beating its predecessor, ModuBox, was because that system's creator only hosted it on his own site. This brings us to the first and most important recommendation for getting people to make your stuff. Make your stuff easy to find. I put 5 exclamation points on it so you know I'm not fooling around. Folks are going to find your model in one of 2 ways, right? A, they're searching for it. Or B, it gets presented to them. You don't have a lot of control over that second one because it's ultimately up to the distribution platform to decide what they show people. But we're going to talk about how you can maybe nudge those odds a little in the Notice Me Senpai section. But you absolutely can make your thingamajig easier to find. And if you just want to see a few people make the thing you work so hard on, this is a really good place to focus. To help people find your model, we are going to dust off a turn of the millennium internet marketing playbook. It worked back when tech billionaires were only tech 100 millionaires, and it works for 3D models in 2026 because the search engines on 3D model sites are really, really, really stupid. These aren't doing semantic parsing and fuzzy logic and generative deep learning on the blockchain. They're comparing text and showing pictures like it's 2001, and you can use that to your advantage. Search engine optimization in 2026, there really is nothing new under the sun. Work in as many relevant searchable keywords as possible into your title and your description. Make sure they're all relevant, because as unsophisticated as these things are, yeah, there we go. Like these sites will detect if you try to stuff too many keywords in your description, and they'll disqualify you. I'm walking too far away, and I'm gonna rip this thing off my face. What else? Oh yeah, you want to have specifics about, like you want your description title to have lots of specifics and lots of generalities. Sometimes folks are going to have a specific make and model of a thing they are searching for, and I advanced too far. And sometimes they're just looking for something to solve some problem. You want keywords for the problem and the solution. And a good way to figure this out is to ask yourself, what were you searching for? What were you searching for when you came up with this idea, to see if anyone else made it, right? Because you saw if you could download it before you put hours into making it yourself, right? Like you wouldn't spend days making something you could just download, right? Images. These are absolutely crucial because people will only read the description after they see a relevant picture. Make sure somebody can figure out what's going on any tiny thumbnail. Remember, most people are browsing on their phone, so there's not a lot of real estate to sell your thing. And I use sell in a very loose sense. Don't put text in it. Like, first off, it's going to be too small to read, but it also muddies the message. You want to make sure the pic shows the item in action, right? Like, it doesn't look like a banana protector if you can't see the banana. You also can no longer use rendered images for your models. You must print it and you must take a photo. Losers are just uploading too many AI slop models that are literally unprintable. Like, these people are so lazy, not only are they not designing the model, they're not even testing to see if it's printable before they upload it. People have clued into this, and if you don't put a real life photo on it, people are just gonna think it's baloney. I personally used to get away with this, but we just can't have nice things anymore. This is an example of how to do it right. It's distinctive, it's self-explanatory, it's, dare I say, iconic. Even at this teeny-weeny size, it's immediately obvious that what you're getting is some kind of two-part medieval defense system for your fragile fruit. However, not done with this section, you also don't want to make your thing look like something it's not. This is a real shame. It's a 12-part print that uses flexible filament for fastening and structural reinforcement, and so it doesn't need any hardware. This thing is pure filament. It's an incredibly clever design. Let's move on before this awakens things in the audience. Your title has to portray two things: what it is and what it does. Specifically, when I say what it does, specifically, it's why you would pick this one instead of an alternative. It's what does it do different? The title text is going to get truncated, so keep it focused. Like, I'll explain why I named my organizer Gridfinity in a later section, but on the whole, you should not name your submissions to 3D file hosts. It takes away space that would be better spent explaining what it is and why you should pick this one instead of other things that do the same thing. Do not put clever clutter in your title. Don't put your own name in the title. Don't use worthless words. You're not Joss Whedon, unless you are Joss Whedon, in which case, get the hell out of my presentation. And I want to make this very, very clear. If you begin your title with the words "yet another," I will personally drop an anvil directly on your head. If you then abbreviate the title with the "yet another" in the abbreviation, forget the anvil. I want to use my bare hands. Projects are pure self-expression, but the title is pure utility. Your project's title is not part of your project. It's how people find the project. So don't try to be clever, just be smart. Like, what does it do? Why pick this one? If that takes a lot of words, use a lot of words. If it doesn't, don't. What is it? What does it do? That's all people need to figure out whether they want to make your model, assuming your picture is good too. If you do this right, you can actually promote your model so effectively. it gives non-printing people a reason to start printing. Our dog Millie peed on the floor, so Brooke busted out the carpet cleaner, but the little cleaning tool was missing. So Brooke searched the model number, and this print right here came right up. The picture was so clear, she immediately knew it was the right item. A few clicks and 20 minutes later, and yeah, I bet the creator made this purely for himself, never imagining anyone would actually download it. But this, I think his author's name was Codebender. He saved our bacon. This thing extracted every moist wad of pea-soaked human hair just as well as the original. You right there in the front row, you have a souvenir. Fooled you. I actually did bring one. I was supposed to throw it, and I forgot to bring it with me. So yeah, those were the general tips that apply to the whole wolf pack of motivations. Now we're going to meet each individual sub-wolf and learn how to throw them a more specific bone. Most people who share their projects do so really because they have no reason not to, right? The beauty of 3D printing is if you design something just for yourself to use, it doesn't cost you anything to share it with other people. But the motivation and validation you can get from seeing other people make your stuff, especially when they compliment you on it, is so powerful. Investing that little bit of time to get a few downloads will pay massive dividends and motivation over your maker career. If you struggle with finishing projects, does anyone here struggle with finishing projects? I'm just kidding. You all struggle with finishing projects. Knowing that when you post it, there's a decent chance that some people will go like, hey, this is pretty useful. This is pretty neat. Seeing pictures of other people making it, that can be that last push you need to take it over the edge. If you're just mising it, which is when you say might as well post it, I can't say do something wee ball because they're kids. My best advice is to streamline the project to eliminate every trace of confusion. This here is pretty much as confusing as you should ever allow yourself to go. You don't want a potential maker to ever have to think about your project. Don't make me think, right? It's a principle called Don't Make Me Think that I learned in a book called Don't Make Me Think. Steve Krug's thesis is that in the modern era, people are so stressed, under so much pressure, and so generally overburdened by existence. If a task looks like it could need thought or effort, if they even have to think about how much thought or effort it might need, they'll just say screw it. And this book was written like 20 years ago. This goes extra super duper hard for 3D models because for most people, the printer is a toy. Right? They only use it after they've been tapped out by work and family, and they barely have the bandwidth to make any decisions, so don't make them think. This is why throwaway models are so popular. Like, they seem friendly and approachable, even if they turn out to actually be hard to assemble, and something this goofy is not going to require anyone to make any engineering decisions. They don't make you think. I'm not saying dumb your projects down. I'm saying make your projects obvious. This is why a good title and a clear pick are so important. If they have to think about whether this is the model that they, think they should print, they're just not going to print it. This is also why I don't recommend posting the same model to multiple sites or posting multiple variants of the same model. Yes, it will goose your numbers, but you're throwing the train into the furnace, right? Like, people are seeing multiple versions of the same thing on the list, right? It forces people to pick between nearly identical or possibly identical entries. Yes, they could resolve this by just thinking, hey, if these things are so similar, I can't even tell them apart, I could just pick any of them and it'll be equally good. But people don't work that way, right? Like, we all insist on picking the best thing, even if it doesn't matter and we can't tell the difference. And if we can't pick the best one, we pick nothing at all. A good description is also a must. You should provide all the information they'll need to feel confident jumping in and figuring it out later. I call this the 1 hour rule. You want people to think, oh, hey, I could totally bang this out in 1 hour. It doesn't matter if your thing can actually be banged out in an hour. Nothing can be banged out in an hour. We all think everything can be banged out in an hour. Literally everything, all of us do. We do because we thought we could do it in an hour. We do these things not because they are easy, but because we thought they would be easy. You have to be especially careful to include detailed instructions and a comprehensive bill of materials, including any special tools you'll need. You got to have the instructions to make them think about how to put it together. And notice how the parts are links. You don't even want them to have to think about whether the thing they search for on Amazon is the right thing. But too much text gets overwhelming, so use bold, italics, and bullets to draw attention to a small number of key points. The goal here is to make them read a tiny fragment of the description, because when we read a tiny piece of the text, we think we understand the whole thing, right? Like, if this weren't true, people on Twitter would read the article before commenting on the headline. If your model requires assembly, text instructions are necessary because not everyone will follow a picture. But pictorial instructions are also necessary because not everyone will read text. As weird as this sounds coming from a guy who makes videos for a living, I don't recommend making video instructions. Decent ones are just too hard to make, and crappy ones are worse than useless. For each step, you want to provide a doing the thing shot and a the thing is done shot. There we go. Naming the files themselves can also make a big difference. Picking which files to print and how to print them can be a massive pinch point that makes people ditch your project at the very last second. I consider Voron 3D printers to be the platonic ideal of good file names. Their file names are so good, they can get away with hosting their files on GitHub, which is usually a death sentence. They are just that good. The files are grouped into subassemblies, which are grouped by which step of the assembly guide tells you how to use them. They're clearly but concisely named with consistent identifiers to tell them apart, and they even tell you which parts to print in the accent color if you want that little bit of extra pizzazz. This is perfection. This can be a real pain in the tuchus, but doing a little design for printing can also really go a long way, right? The easier your thing is to print, the more likely folks will print it. Remember, for many people, if the print fails, they will give up. They'll never try again, even if it failed because it was their fault. The less manual intervention is necessary, the more folks are going to follow through. This cheat sheet by Billy Rubin is an excellent starting point. Scan the QR code now or forever hold your peace. 5, 4, 3, I'm bored. At the very least, have the decency to orient your parts so they're ready to print. I hate it when I download a bunch of models and I have to friggin' figure out which side to put each one on, and B, I do this for literally every project I release. Even if it doesn't look necessary, the number of times this has screwed up my prints is way too high. I realized it might not be clear what's going on here, but this thing looks like it's sitting flat against the plate, but it's actually at a very, very slight angle, so that happens. All right, so now if you're looking for a specific maker to make your project, right, like especially someone with a platform, you have to do all that previous stuff and more. Content creators like myself only feature models we're pretty confident people are going to build. Now, I want to be clear, desiring someone who you consider important to notice is not narcissism, right? Like, seeing your hard work get the stamp of approval from a public figure is unambiguous proof that you are good enough, right? Like, it's a rare jolt of validation that's especially meaningful and motivating to marginalized makers, especially who've been made to feel unwelcome in maker circles. So it is completely okay, in my opinion, to, want somebody to, notice you. So personally, I look for flashy models that read well on camera, especially those that are at least a little pragmatic. People really want to nail me for encouraging people to print garbage. Also, I think a lot of people use my videos to justify their hobby to their partners, maybe even themselves. But above all else, what I look for is this. This is it. Models that anybody can print. Anybody being defined as someone with a Prusa i3 who doesn't mess with default settings, only prints in PLA. If your model does not do any of those things, or rather if your model does any of those things not, it's much harder for me to recommend them. Excellent instructions are also mandatory. I cannot recommend a project unless I'm confident my viewers can make it. This infamous lamp is very hard to print and very hard to build, but the instructions are missing. However, it still became the headline build for a video about obnoxious models. I bring this up because, yes, having a model that's simple for other people to make is great, but what we want more than anything is character, personality. Even if your thing sucks, we'll feature it if it sucks in an interesting way. If you have to be good but bland, it's a bad trade. You might have noticed I haven't yet mentioned anything about how to put your project in front of a creator, and that's because you shouldn't. I received nearly 100 emails this Wednesday alone. This is just the first page of my spam folder. I am only going to open the ones that talk about being paid or something going wrong that's going to keep me from being paid. I'm not going to read your overly flattering offer to review your articulated dragon. I have work to do. I find my models the same way everyone else does, browsing model hosting sites while I take the Browns to the Super Bowl. I have a lot of these already, but I'm always collecting more. When I need a top 10 listicle, this is where I draw from. I also check the Show Your Projects channel on my Discord because I want to feature projects for my community, right? Like, this is really the only way you should ever pitch your work to a creator. We might pull stupid faces on our thumbnails, but we're not actually stupid. Like, we can tell when you're trying to mooch free publicity. If you want to be found, be findable on the communities we try to serve by serving those communities. But we've reached the first sub-wolf of the second wolf. The people who don't just want to make your thing, they want people to make it better. And our first wolf of that second wolf means that in the strictest sense, right? Like, this is the type of person who wants others to take the work, which is already good enough, but improve it so thoroughly your version becomes obsolete. There's not a lot of advice I can give you here because you're already based as heck. Recognizing that no one is more talented than everyone is really awesome, right? Nobody can ever get enough life experience to definitively say that their way is better or worse, the best. Too many people take capitalism too seriously and fixate on money and clout even when it would make the work actively worse. My only actionable tip is so incredibly stupid, I can't believe I have to say it at all. But people forget it all the time. You have to share your design files. If you want people to modify your model, you can't just share the STLs. You have to share files meant to be edited. STLs can be imported and modified, but it's a real mess. Like, share a step file at the very least, but ideally share the original editable file you built it from. And of course, remember to use a remix-friendly license. Speaking of, the real advice here is philosophical. Right? Not enough people realize that Creative Commons and GPL, the most common remix-friendly licenses, are not free open source, right? CC Share Alike and GPL force derivatives to also be open source, which sometimes people can't do, right? CC non-commercial bans commercial use, so anyone with a financial incentive to improve your design won't. And even CC BY, right? CC attribution. The only requirement is giving you credit. That still adds a burden to potential hackers. Like, even if it's only a link in the description, or if it's a, searching for something like, what'd your remix is from? Many makers won't write a description. Many makers will straight up decide not to mod your thing if they have to do work. Hoping people improve your stuff is already asking a tremendous amount of the world, right? The easier your stuff is to mod, the more people will do it. I gave Gridfinity the MIT license, which basically lets anyone do anything with the models, like even sell them, right? Even scratch my name off of it. You don't even have to thank me. In my opinion, this is why modern Gridfinity is so good, right? Like, new versions are completely detached from anything I made. And no matter what incentives a given maker has, Gridfinity can provide it. I don't actually think the Zen Koan here is relevant, but I really like it. And I got to find a real nerdy font for it. This means if you're the last wolf, the wolf so ambitious you can't merely make a popular project, you want the entire world to spring up just to revolve around you, your game is rigged from the start. You know how many people have taken perfectly good standalone projects and shattered them into a million pieces, hoping an empire spontaneously springs up to take them and run? I don't. Those projects fail. And worse, the makers who make them often fail as well because they keep over-investing time and effort into the same project instead of moving on to something more exciting. Do you want to know how I avoided this with Gridfinity? I didn't. At no point throughout the entire development process did I ever expect anyone would make their own Gridfinity. In fact, I figured it was such a long shot. I figured it was a long shot that anyone would even print what I've made. Gridfinity was basically a throwaway project, right? Like, I designed the window bin and baseplate for a wall-mounted parts organizer. I just got so carried away making all these stupid tool holders that I was about to run out the deadline on a sponsor. So I cleaned it up for an April Fool's video, Then I got distracted again, so I posted 12 days. Yeah, it was supposed to be a joke. I mean, it ended with a guest appearance from time-traveling gentleman Zach. The thought of thousands of people adopting Gridfinity, many of whom had never designed anything at all, was literally unbelievable. But clearly it was possible, and I have a fairly good idea of what it takes for a project to become an ecosystem. It won't be easy, but it's obviously possible. I want to be clear, this is not advice that I followed when I made Gridfinity. It's pure 2020 hindsight. I will say I did try to rerun the playbook for my modular board game Hextraction, which I did design specifically to be modded. It did get a few hundred derivatives, including vastly superior versions of all my original designs. But it wasn't an order of magnitude as popular as Gridfinity. I don't know how much of this is because, you know, Lightning just wouldn't go back in the bottle, and how much is just more people need storage systems than board games. Although this is relevant, right? You got to remember network effects. Network effects are in play if you're trying to build an ecosystem. Normal things grow in a linear way, right? Each extra person's one extra person. But ecosystems grow exponentially, right? They die exponentially as well. When network effects are in play, imperceptibly tiny problems and opportunities get multiplied and multiplied and multiplied into massive ripples that can make a project erupt or doom it the instant the first person sees it. Suppose you got a normal project and 10 people make it, then you nab one more. You now have 11 people making your project. Sure, any of them could remix it and share it, right? But the odds are slim and there's only so much one person can do. The interest also peters out over time because once someone prints the thing, they're pretty unlikely to print another one even if it's better. However, suppose it's an ecosystem with network effects. It's got 5 elements and 10 users, right? Let's say we add one more user. That person now wants to download 5 models, right? It boosts all of them. But they're also incentivized to make accessories, right? Because it would make what they've got even better. Those accessories make the system more interesting for similar people who didn't previously have a reason to get involved. Those people now have 6 things to download, and they might make even more accessories, bring in more people, keeping it fresh for existing users, bring in more users, boosting every model that's ever been created even higher. Casual browsers are now seeing compatible models all over their feeds, and people are talking about it all over their feeds, right? New user or existing users keep going back to check for content, so it rises up in search ratings. Many people will now download it just to see what's going on that their bandwagon. Many people are also now going to create accessories who wouldn't have done it before because they know people are downloading them. It bugs the heck out of me when people say exponential to mean like a lot. Right? Like it has a meaning. When something grows exponentially, each bit of growth also grows all the previous growth. Even a tiny bit of friction is going to be multiplied and multiplied into massive losses. Everything I said in all previous sections applies here 100-fold and has to be taken to like the next Pokemon evolution, right? You need to figure out every single reason somebody might not download your model and not only solve it, make it not even apply. Every lost fraction of a percentage point of people who want to download it, people who want to search for it, people who want to mod it, can cripple the project. Normal projects need a descriptive title. Ecosystems need an iconic title, right? They need one that does all the same stuff, but with a brand name that's memorable, easy to spell, and most importantly, searchable. I don't mean barely anyone uses it. I mean no one uses it, at least on the model host. You're creating a key, remember, like if you're making an ecosystem, people are going to search this brand name, this keyword, to find all the compatible accessories and to filter out everything else. Tags aren't good enough, most people don't use them. Again, every extra bit of work is something people won't do. I didn't realize how powerful the Gridfinity name was until I got called out in a video by the maker of Gridfinity's predecessor. He picked a much less spellable, searchable name, and I believe there might actually have been a Gridfinity item that had that name at the time. Normal projects will get downloads simply if people who would appreciate them can find them. But if you want an ecosystem, you must fill a need, and that need needs to be as close to universal as you can get. For all intensive purposes, every person who sees the baseline project should be able to imagine themselves using it. You gotta hit everyone. if people are waiting for an accessory that doesn't exist yet, they'll keep waiting. Like, that's what you got to do. You can make niche ecosystems, right? Like, that is what Gridfinity is. But the niche has to be a big one, and you've got to capture as much of it as possible. For a normal project, getting featured by a prominent creator can be a huge tailwind. It make you feel real good. But if you want to jumpstart an ecosystem, big name PR is effectively mandatory. Your thing needs to be something that they must cover, even if they don't want to, because people just keep asking for it over and over and over again, just to make the comment stop. Remember, network effects mean every user it appeals to makes it more appealing for other users. Ecosystems are path dependent. Imagine 100 people going to a club one by one. They all leave because they're alone in the dance floor. But if 100 people come all at once, it's going to be a party before the doors even open. You need blasts of users coming in at the same time, which can't really be done without a singular event that brings in a ton of people. This creates a paradox. If you want creators and curators to send you a user base to make your ecosystem, you need an ecosystem for them to show those people. Network effects apply to the creators too. This means you need to personally create the entire ecosystem yourself, enough to hook a huge number of people before you put it out there. I launched Gridfinity with like 50 different tool holders, 50 different divider boxes, and dozens of base plates and mounting brackets, and I've added a dozen more since. Remember, I got carried away. It's the whole reason this thing exists. This wasn't the plan, and it was me getting distracted from a better plan. Like, I had to jam out a video to meet a deadline. More than one maker has tried to popularize a standard in the hopes other people will do the work of implementing it for them. That's not how this works. Network effects mean the more components people see, the more they create. The more people use it, the more people want to use it. You have to be the whole ecosystem yourself till the whole thing is active enough to walk on its own. Yes, you could like have, bring in some friends, but the point is, you can't count on a community springing up. You have to force it into existence by making the whole thing yourself. By think of the guy wearing all the hats in Avatar, right? Like you gotta be that guy. It's not fake it till you make it. It's do everything until others expand the definition of everything. Remember, you have to make a project free if you want to get remixes, right? Like ideally free as in speech, but free as in beer can also work. But when we're talking about an ecosystem, the level of freedom you need becomes utterly radical, right? Not just can be modified, trivial to modify, not just free as in freedom, free as in free from you. Let's start with radical modability. Your developer base has to include people so burnt out, so overdrawn, and so inexperienced, they can't decide between two identical models on Yegi. Network effects are utterly unforgiving. The normal fraction of a % of savvy users who go on to contribute is not enough. You need a project anyone can mod, even people who've never used CAD, even people who can't spell CAD. This right here is the secret sauce of any successful ecosystem, the template. No matter how many specs you release, no matter how many dimensions you diagram, nearly every compatible accessory is going to be an existing accessory with a bunch of stuff bolted onto it. I made a lot of mistakes with Gridfinity, but this was not one of them. This blank template file, the parametric thing broke a lot. See all that red? I guess you can't see the red stuff at the bottom. It's there. There's a lot of stuff wrong with this project, but having something very easy for people to mod ended up being, ended up making it work. Still, Gridfinity didn't truly take off until other makers released generators for Fusion and OpenSCAD that cranked out template files, right? Nearly every Gridfinity item today is based on a remix of an upload of a template from a generator made by tools based on a spec sheet on a website. And I didn't make any of that. I might have contributed like 150 models. I might have bootstrapped it through a video that took a month to make. But for all, the point is, nowadays Gridfinity basically no longer contains a single triangle with my fingerprints on it. And because I chose the MIT license, it doesn't even require anyone to credit me. So if Gridfinity keeps existing, it's only a matter of time before my involvement is utterly forgotten. So yeah, I've become an afterthought in my own project, and my original video is now more confusing than helpful. I might have made Gridfinity, but that's a hollow statement. The 3D printing community made Gridfinity. Am I salty about this? Like, do I regret passing up so much? Heck no. Gridfinity achieved, in my opinion, the highest, purest form of victory a project possibly can, right? It's become so widely copied, so thoroughly improved, so frequently remixed. Its uncountable user base, many of which only started printing just to print some Gridfinity, have no reason to care where it came from. And that rules. I'm no longer really involved with Gridfinity because I have nothing to offer it. It's moved beyond me. It might even outlive me. And I can't think of anything that could feel better than that. Like, no amount of money or clout could approximate this feeling. I am so proud of what the Gridfinity community has created. I'm never going to make anything like it again, but I'm also not going to stop trying, right? Like, I'm going to keep building projects. I'm going to keep sharing my projects. I'm going to keep featuring awesome projects that you've made that I think deserve to be seen. So keep making the stuff that fires you up. Keep sharing those makes, and don't let false promises of passive income and building a reputation distract you into hustling all the fun out of life. If there's anything you can take away from this, it's you will succeed if you can preserve that sheer intrinsic joy of making things and chasing that. It's hard to put into words, but like just chasing that dynamic of seeing your work make someone else's life just a little bit better. And that's my PowerPoint. Let's see if we got any time for questions. Mods, we have time for questions. Yeah? Oh, we do? Because my timer says exactly 45 minutes. All right, cool. Question time, yes. I'm only going to answer questions related to this talk. Like, if you have an unrelated question or something else to say, I'm going to be like doing a little meet and greet afterwards. So I want to keep it on topic. Who's up first? Yes. Why did I choose 42 millimeters? Excellent question. First, 50 is the obvious choice. I deliberately avoided choosing 50 because I wanted to make my system materially distinct from Alexander Chappell's, at the time it was called the assortment box. On top of that, 42 has a lot of factors. It's very easy to divide into different sizes. And it works in the opposite direction too. It's very likely a Gridfinity plate will fit something you put it in because it's very likely that thing will share factors with 42. The fact that it's a life, the answer to life, the universe, and everything is also there, although I didn't realize that till afterwards. The other reason, I'm not sure if I've mentioned this in the video, is because the first thing I designed was the window bin. It was going to be like this wall-mounted thing, and 42 millimeters just looked really nice with a 3-inch microscope slide. I was going to use them as windows. So yeah, bunch of reasons. We have another question.
So you said you got a lot of things wrong, and some things What were some of the things you got wrong?
So what did I do wrong when I made Gridfinity? How do I even describe it? Where do we even start? Okay, the divider boxes are not really parametric. They're like 8 different things you have to suppress and unsuppress to like get different numbers to like put the label in the right place. It tries to print a circle over open air and droops. The whole circle thing was unnecessary anyways. I thought people would use screws because they wouldn't want to buy magnets, but turns out on Amazon, magnets are cheaper than screws. Oh man, what else? The original, let's see, the divider bins and the templates have tons of errors. The template file isn't actually parametric. If you scale it down, it will break but work. If you scale it up, it won't work. What else? I didn't... my original bin release, I forgot to put the magnet holes in one size. 2 of the sizes were actually the same. One of them didn't have a label. One of them didn't have a scoop. Yeah. There was I could go on. I could make a whole video about just the things I screwed up with it. It was, remember, like, the project was designed sloppily, and I didn't expect it to be under a lot of scrutiny. Again, put your stuff out there. Like that's what I did. Okay, do we have another question? In the back. Oh, one more question? All right. Yes. Ooh, why hasn't my stuff been mass produced, especially overseas? This is a really interesting question. You don't see very many 3D printed objects being mass produced in general, because injection molding and other mass production processes require models to be designed differently than 3D printing. You can't just take a 3D printed model and just you can't just take a 3D printed model and just make an injection mold out of it. You need to redesign it from the ground up. And I think if people are going ahead and doing that, they're picking stuff that's going to have a higher margin than like plastic boxes. That said, there are a lot of companies selling Gridfinity things on Amazon, eBay. There are a number of overseas print farms cranking them out and selling them cheap. And that's you're allowed to. Like I designed it for that. Like again, if you're making something free, you have to give people the freedom to sell it. You have to give people the freedom to cut you out of it. You have to give people the freedom to make it not free. And I think that really does make a huge difference. As weird as it sounds, I think I benefited more from Gridfinity from making it so free than otherwise. I believe this is the end of the line. Thank you everyone for showing up to my show. I hope everyone has a great ERMERF 2026. Death Racers tomorrow, 11 o'clock. I finally figured out how to drive my car. The Grid Reaper will rise again.
This is awesome seeing the whole community together like this, right? Yeah. Yes, you have a question? All right. All right. So if you do need a team, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Let's get people together here. Awesome. All right, we're assembling teams. This is great. I love it. Everyone, we'll get on a team. Don't worry. And just so you know, while we're getting things situated, no cell phones allowed during the game because cheating sucks. And if you see someone cheating, call them out. Let's embarrass them. Part of the fun, right? Nothing like a little shame in the game. So that's it. No cell phones. This comes from what's lodged inside that gray matter floating around inside your head. Everyone have a team? Do you need to be on a team? All right. So if you're not on a team, raise your hand if you're still looking for a team. Oh. We're assembling the last team right now. Hi, you guys part of a team in the back? No, okay. The team. Is there anyone who has not registered that wants to participate now that they've seen how awesome this is going to be? Okay. We are trying to assemble one. Oh, over here. Yes. Okay. Excellent. I'll let you get squared away. We're getting a couple more people in here. Thank you all for being patient. Do. I do. I'm excited. I'm going to drink it.
Do do do.
All right, well, I'm going to go over the rules real quick as we're getting things underway here. So the rules are there's going to be different categories, and there's going to be 5 questions per category, just like pub trivia if you've ever done that before. And then after that round, we'll go through, collect all your answer sheets, make sure you put your name on it, and then we'll reveal the answers, and we'll go through, and at the end, we'll tally up the winners. It's really straightforward. No cheating, no whatever, have fun. It's going to be wild. The questions were curated by myself and this man in the blue over here. So if you have questions about them, you can just ask him. And we'll take it underway. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out here. Your money's going to a phenomenal cause. It's the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. And, I'm just going to let the host of the night take it from here, and he'll explain the rest to you. Make some noise for Joel, the 3D printing nerd.
Thanks, David. So official. Hey, everybody. I'm Joel, host of 3D Printing Nerd, and the guy standing here between you and your team winning 4 positrons thanks to LDO Motors. Jason's here at LDO. He's a rad human. Go give him a high five on the way out if you can.
Oh, yeah, definitely do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Have everyone do that.
Everyone should just go get in the line. Yeah. Give him a high five. He's a good dude. We've got 5 questions per category, and we've got 5 categories. And they range. So what was that? It should be a lot of fun. I wish everybody the best of luck. Everybody that's in gave money to the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation, and every member of each team gets a free spool of filament from Polymaker, which is kind of cool. And then the winning team, like I said, each member of the team gets a positron from LDO Motors. And I think it's time for me to ask, are you ready? All right, let's do it. The first category for this trivia is general knowledge. General knowledge about 3D printing. Like, we're at a 3D printing show, so that makes sense. Question number 1. The bulging or flaring at the base of a print caused by over-squishing or insufficient cooling of the first layer is called what? The bulging or flaring at the base of a print caused by over-squish is called what? Oversquish. Sounds like a good band. Oversquish, yeah. Yeah, Oversquish, yeah. They played at a festival, I'm sure. All right, question number 2. What layer adhesion problem occurs when a print separates horizontally into distinct layers? So you're printing, you have a problem, and the layers start to separate. What's it called? Again, general knowledge. General knowledge. Question number 3. This is a math question, so make sure the member of your team that's best at math handles this. Roughly, what percentage of a typical FFF print is air, roughly, when printed at 15% infill? Roughly. I'm not trying to trick you with this question.
How many walls?
You're thinking way too hard here. Yeah, you're thinking way too hard. Yeah, if your first question is how many top layers or how many perimeters, you've overthought this way too hard. It wouldn't. Roughly, what percentage of a typical FFF print is air when printed at 15% infill? I promise you can get this. Question number 4. NASA famously sent a digital file to the International Space Station so the crew could 3D print a specific tool they had misplaced. What was the tool? Wouldn't that be cool? All right, the International Space Station, NASA sent them a digital file. They 3D printed a specific tool. What tool was it? And question number 5, for general knowledge, what is the name of the ultimate benchmark tugboat? General knowledge, people, general knowledge. It's cool. It's cool. McBodie. Yeah, it's McBodie. Does anybody need a question repeated? No? Good? No? Good. Okay. Good. There were 5 questions. Once you have all the answers, hold your answer sheet up high, and one of our incredibly good-looking volunteers will come over and take your answer sheet. All right. Are there any answer sheets outstanding? Does anybody still have an answer sheet? We are clear. Correct? We're clear? Dan, David, are we clear?
I mean, I got them. If you have your answer sheet out there for this round,
Time's up. Okay. The answers. The answers. All right. General knowledge. Number 1, the bulging or flaring at the base of a print caused by over squish or insufficient cooling is called what? It is the elephant foot. That's right. Good job, everybody. What layer adhesion problem occurs when a print separates horizontally into distinct layers? Delamination. That's right. That's right. Okay. Okay. Roughly what percentage of a typical FFF print is air when printed at 15% infill? 85. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, number 4. NASA famously sent a digital file to the ISS so the crew could 3D print a specific tool. What was the tool? It was a... That's right. Number 5, what is the name of the ultimate benchmark tugboat? Oh, you teams must have gotten 5 out of 5. It should have. Should have. On the space station. Cool. Okay. Are they primed with new answer sheets? The next category is history. History. Is everybody ready? Do you have answer sheets? Your teams are good to go. Hydrated. Okay, good. I'm holding. Yeah, I see it. I see it. We are remedying the situation as we speak. Yeah, me too. Yeah. All right, here we go. For history. For history. This is question 1. In what year did the RepRap Darwin achieve self-replication for the first time, and at what institution did it happen? Anybody need me to repeat that? Yes. Okay. In what year did the RepRap Darwin achieve self-replication for the first time, and at what institution did it happen? 1 point for each. That's what I was going to say. I was hoping you were going to. Yeah. 1 point for each. You can get at least 1, right? All right, good. Question number 2. Which company, founded in January of 2009, was among the first to sell a commercial pre-assembled desktop FDM printer called the Cupcake CNC? Which company, founded in 2009, was among the first to sell a commercial pre-assembled desktop FDM printer called the Cupcake CNC? Okay. And I'll be able to repeat some questions at the end too. Question number 3. In 1988, wait, just real quick, raise your hand if you were born after 1988. Holy balls.
That's a bad question to ask. It's history.
All right. So in 1988, Scott Crump wanted to make a toy for his daughter, so he loaded a hot glue gun with polyethylene and candle wax. What company did he co-found in 1989? That was a lot, wasn't it? Does anybody need a repeat of that one? Okay. So in 1988, in the before times, Scott Crump wanted to make a toy for his daughter, so he loaded a hot glue gun with polyethylene and candle wax. What company did he co-found in 1989? Woo! History. All right, question number 4. Again, I can repeat these at the end, but question number 4. In 2012, Johan Rochal introduced a neat printer system using 3 vertical towers and arms. The Delta. What was his prototype called? The Wayback Machine, yeah. Yeah, this is, should I give him a hint?
Joel.
Should I give him a hint?
You see what's in the audience?
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. A 3D printer company sold this as a kit. That doesn't help at all, does it? No. It's a company you know. That's true. That's a good point. Man, okay, that's all I can say. I'm sorry. Question number 5. The one I just did? Yeah, okay, one more time. In 2012, Johan Rochal introduced a neat printer system using 3 vertical towers and arms. It was called the Delta. What was his prototype called? All right. Question number 5, and the last for history. What was the name of the first 3D printer released by Creality for large format printing? So what was the name of the first 3D printer released by Creality for large format printing? It was all the rage, man. It was. Oh, it so was.
Some of us may still have them.
All right. How large? Large. I hate to define it. It was large at the time. It was just, yes. No. Blue Storm Terra. Come on, get it right. Okay, does anybody need a question repeated? No question was repeated? Okay. When you've got your answers down, go ahead and hold up your sheets with confidence. And one of our do not fold your sheets. For the love of all that which is holy, do not fold your sheets. But don't fold your sheets.
At home, yes, but here,
Yeah. No. Hold your sheets up high. Come on. Man, we're going to have, I think this is breaking some, I think this category is breaking some perfect brackets. But if there's anything, I can say that I taught you something today. Sheets up, sheets up. Okay, does anybody still have a sheet they're working on? No? Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go over the answers for history. Here we go. In what year did the RepRap Darwin achieve self-replication for the first time, and at what institution did it happen? First, the year. 2008. What institution? Bath. It's like drawing a bath. Yeah. Who got that one right? Who got 1 point on that? Okay, there we go. Yeah, Justin, good job. Number 2, which company founded in January of 2009 was among the first to sell a commercial pre-assembled desktop FDM printer, the Cupcake CNC? Anybody? MakerBot. That's right, MakerBot. Number 3, in 1988, Scott Crump wanted to make a toy for his daughter, so he loaded a hot glue gun with polyethylene and candle wax. What company did he co-found in 1989? Stratasys, that's right. Good job, okay. In 2012, Johann Rochal introduced a neat printer system using 3 vertical towers and arms, the Delta. What was his prototype called? The Rostock. So Simi CNC used to sell the Rostock Max V3, V what? Yep, V2. Yep. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Number 5. What was the name of the first 3D printer released by Creality for large format printing at the time? It was the CR10. That's right. Yeah. Good job, everybody. The next category is going to be science. We're going to get some science up in this. Does everybody have a sheet? A new sheet to write down your awesome answers. Yep. Hold a hand up if you're awesome. Yes. Okay, you're listening. Good. All right, we're going to start with science. Question number 1. If I tell you a material is hygroscopic, what does that mean? Mike, what does that mean? Sure. If I tell you a material is hygroscopic, what does that mean? Hygroscopic. Yeah, Hygroscopic. It's hygroscopic. Hygro. It's a real word. Hygroscopic. It says high to grow. That's exactly right. Question number 2, what does SLA stand for? In 3D printing, it is not service level agreement. Question number 3, Protopasta has quantum dots in their material. What is a quantum dot? Protopasta has quantum dots in their material. What is a quantum dot? It's cool. Do they have it at their booth?
They do have it at their booth.
Yeah.
And Daniel Kaizen 3D Prints has some special stuff with it too. He made quantum benchies.
Ooh, quantum benchies, sure. I dig that. Number 4, magic goo is used in printing often. What does it do? So if you were like, oh shoot, I need to put some magic goo on this thing, why? What is it gonna do? And question number 5, in science, what property of a material describes its ability to be melted and resolidified? We often do this with plastic. Yep, the question again, what property of a material describes its ability to be melted and resolidified? All right, that is the end of science. Does anybody need any questions 1 through 5 repeated? 2, 3, okay. Number 2, what does SLA stand for? Not service level agreement, we're talking about in 3D printing. And number 3, Protopasta has quantum dots in their material. What is a quantum dot? If you've got your answers done, hold them up high. 5 was, what property of a material describes its ability to be melted and resolidified? I see some people still working hard. Jano, you good? The what? Melticity. That's a new word. I like that. It's not correct, but I like your word. That's pretty good, though.
I think there's a lot of kids in the audience.
Yeah. That's actually a smarter answer than I would have given. Okay, we're good, we're good. Anybody else still have a sheet out? Anybody else trying? No? Okay. Question number 1. If I tell you a material is hygroscopic, what does it mean? It means it absorbs moisture from the air. Who thought the word was hydroscopic? You've just been educated. Yeah, see? Is there a hydrometer, though? Oh, see? After you said that, I saw that look on your face. That's right, yeah. That's right. Number 2, what does SLA stand for? Not service level agreement. It is stereolithography apparatus. Yeah, stereolithography is the S and the L, but the A is for apparatus. Absolutely. Protopasta has quantum dots in their material. What is a quantum dot? It is a tiny semiconductor crystal. Who got that right? Whoa! Yeah. Did you know, Dwan? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Number 4, magic glue is used in printing often. What does it do? It makes things stick. It makes things stick and hold on to your build plate. So sticking, adhesion, stuff like that, that's what we were looking for. And number 5, what property of a material describes its ability to be melted and resolidified? It is thermoplasticity. You were close. And yeah, it's not glass transition temperature, so I'm sorry. The next category is lore. 3D printing lore. Ooh, it's really not that dramatic. It's just, just wanted to, yeah. Okay. Question number 1. Marlin firmware, arguably the most widely used 3D printer firmware in the world. It was first released in 2011. What is the name of its original creator? Who here has used Marlin? Who here knows who created it? It is a person that exists on Earth. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not friends with this person, so I don't know their daily days, Yeah. I don't have that level of access. Question number 2, Octoprint, the popular web interface for remotely monitoring and controlling 3D printers, was created by a developer who goes by the handle Foozle. What is her real name? We will accept just the first name, but if you know her last name and spell it right, that is amazing. But we will accept just the first name. Sure. Octoprint, the popular web interface for remotely monitoring and controlling 3D printers, was created by a developer who goes by the name Foozle. What is her real name? And we will accept just the first name. Okay. Number 3. Which open source firmware project developed by Kevin O'Connor starting in 2014 is now the dominant alternative to Marlin? Okay. Number 4. What open source printer project known for its passionate community is named after the Russian word for raven? The one I just said? Yep. What open source printer project known for its passionate community is named after the Russian word for raven? Absolutely. And number 5. Number 5. What event started with 3 guys tinkering in their garage? You so know this, I promise you. Okay, who needs what repeated? Last one. What event started with 3 guys tinkering in their garage? That is the last question. That's question 5. Any others? Number 1, Marlin firmware, arguably the most widely used 3D printer firmware in the world, was first released in 2011. What is the name of its original creator? Number 4, what open source printer project known for its passionate community is named after the Russian word for raven? Heck yeah. All right, when you're done, hold it high. Dan will come by and grab it. How you guys feeling about this round? Okay.
Joel, did you know the answers to these questions before writing the questions?
I knew the answers to 4 of 5. I knew 2 through 5. I knew 2. I did not know question number 1. I do know it now. Absolutely. All right. Sheets are in. Sheets are in. Dan? Okay, here we go. This is the lore category. All right. Question number 1. Marlin firmware, arguably the most widely used 3D printer firmware in the world, was first released in 2011. What is the name of its original creator? Eric van der Zalm. Also goes by Eric Zalm. All right, number 2, Octoprint. The popular web interface for remotely monitoring and controlling 3D printers was created by a developer who goes by the handle Foozle. What is her real name? Gina Hausage. Who got her last name? Did you spell it right? Number 3, what open source firmware project developed by Kevin O'Connor starting in 2014 is now a dominant alternative to Marlin? It is Clipper. That's right, it is Clipper. And appropriately, number 4, what open source printer project known for its passionate community is named after the Russian word for raven? That's right. Good job, you guys. All right, number 5. What event started with 3 guys tinkering in their garage? Murph. That's right. So wait a minute.
RepRap was not invented in the garage. It came from Bath.
So if someone puts RepRap Festival, because it was the first, does that count? Okay, there we go. So the official answer is Murph, the Midwest RepRap Festival. If you just said RepRap Festival, we'll count it. I think that's fair, because it was the first. It was yep. Yeah.
Because technically they weren't called the Midwest because they didn't have
it was just it. Yeah, okay. I think this is, holy cats, this is the last category. Do we want to give an update on anything?
No, I think everyone's doing really well, right?
No. Why would you ask, David?
Everyone's doing great. Some gold stars for everyone.
All right, the last category is ReMurph and the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. Question number 1, how many years has the Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival existed? Absolutely including this one.
Because this is existing right now.
We are all physically here and existing. So count it. No. How many years has the Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival existed? 1 million years. It's wrong, but that's a good answer. Number 2, what does SMF stand for? The S, the M, and the F all stand for very specific things, words. Yeah. What does the SMF stand for? Okay. Number 3, Sanjay Mortimer taught at which college? What? No. Number 4, who does the SMF directly support? Their mission is very specific. Who do they support? You. And number 5, find the artist in your team because this is a drawing challenge. I would like you to draw the open hardware logo. We can judge intent, but you should be very specific about the choices you make. Anybody need a question repeated? 3 and 4. Okay. 3, Sanjay Mortimer taught at which college? And number 4, who does the SMF directly support? Is that it? This is the last one. If anybody needs... 3. Sanjay Mortimer taught at which college? 4 was, who does the SMF directly support? All right, when you're done with your answers, hold them high. This is the last round. This is it. This is for the kit and caboodle. Thanks. Everybody turned in? Everybody turned in? No. Okay, hold them high. This is the last one, and we get to find out which team wins from LDO Motors, the positron kits. But what's really great is everybody in here is a winner because you've given to an incredibly worthy cause. Thank you for that. All right. I think that's the last one. No? Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, here we go. For the category RepRap and SMF, question number 1, how many years has the Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival existed? This is its 4th year. Who got that? Ah, you guys are good. What does the SMF stand for? That's right, Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. Good job. Sanjay Mortimer taught at which college? It was Wyndham. Oh. Number 4, who does the SMF directly support? It is neurodivergent kids in STEM. So if you just said neurodivergent kids.
We're also taking kids in STEM. Does that count?
I think as long as you got neurodivergent in there, we're going to count it, right? Or kids in STEM, yeah? Okay.
Preferably STEM.
All right, the last one, number 5, draw the open hardware logo. It is a gear with a keyhole cut out in the middle. Who got it? No? Maybe? Okay. All right. Well, that is the quiz show. Our amazing mathematicians back here are currently tabulating. It's calculating? Tabulating? I don't know. It's number crunching? Sure. Calculating? Yeah. It's just grew into be pick synonyms for not synonyms. What would it be? I need a thesaurus. That's what I need. Okay. What?
Did you win that? Is that where you were? Look, Joel, look, I mean, while you're waiting.
Oh. Look at this. Thank you, sir. Look at this. So this is my hammer. Did you won this?
Oh, you made your own? Yeah. Oh, shoot. I thought that was the one that we gave away.
How did you do that?
I contacted EOS.
Really?
Oh, all right.
It's amazing.
The hammer portion is incredibly detailed. That pattern goes all the way through it.
Really?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I had to kind of modify it a little bit. Yeah.
That's cool, man.
So how does it compare to the one that you had? Because I don't.
It feels very similar. Mine is a little heavier, a little bit. But the design and the look is spot on.
Because I know you were like hitting it with stuff.
Yeah. What have you hit with that?
Nothing.
Yeah.
No, it won't. Yeah, this will. Oh, okay. Yeah. This is one of my first prints, and I didn't print it with the correct stuff.
Ah, okay. It's a decorative piece. Okay. Do we have a clear winner? Winter.
No random questions.
Okay. We had 12 teams, which is great. The team. Oh yeah, give yourself a round of applause. You took some time out of your day to have a little bit of fun and give money to a very worthy charity. So, I mean, you deserve that applause. But the teams that deserve some cool stuff, well, we'll start at team number that came in third place. The team that came in third place was with 13 total points, right? Oh, this wasn't that.
No.
Okay. Okay, good. So the team that came in third place with 15 total points was Helpless Printers. Who's Helpless Printers? You guys, good job. Third place. All right. The team in second place with 16 total points is Team Redemption. The team in first place with 17 points. Which one did you get wrong that you regret? I'm not going to ask them. The results are sealed. They've been tabulated. The team in first place, the winners of the Positron kits, and with 17 points, it is Colorado Natives. Where are you guys? Yeah, you won. Yeah, you guys won. Stand up tall, man. Good job. Good job. Get up here.
Only 3 players on their team. The last team, only 3 people on their team, too.
Oh, really?
I honestly thought it was more than that.
The last team, the team that won, the last team put together had 3 players and dominated the contest.
We still love you all. You're great.
Hey, congrats, you guys. You guys win the Positron kits. Everybody else, make sure you get your spool of filament. Thank you very much for coming to the show and giving a little bit of money to a worthy charity. It really goes a long way. And from all of us up here, I just hope you have a really great rest of the show and the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much.
Hey, you can draw.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you turn the lights off? Who turn the lights off?
Hey,
Who, hey,